Good morning, Team Topstep, our futures family. Welcome to the opening call for Tuesday, October the 17th. As always, our focus here is on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. You are in the right place for fellowship futures trading. Make sure you bring a friend. Make sure you subscribe. We're trying to get to 35,000 subscribers. We of course, are missing our good friend Eddie, who is taking some well-deserved time off. And we still have Andre with us this morning. Andre, how are you feeling this morning? You ready?
I'm ready. Thanks for having me again. I'll be here for the whole week to fill in for Eddie. Thank you guys for accepting me. Right now we're looking like treasuries are pointing down before the open. A couple quick headlines to notice. We got treasuries moving higher. Got this retail sales that came out much higher than expected. Maybe pointing to signs of inflation still lingering. Goldman Sachs earnings higher than expected. On bond trading seems to be the theme of the week so far with the banks. The corporate results pointing to higher than expected earnings based on the bond trading from the banks. And excuse me, as always, we have, not as always, but uncertainty continues in the Middle East. So something that we need to keep an eye on. That is finding its way to influence the markets, probably pushing it down lower. So, like I said, I'll be here all week, and let's keep this going.
Well, looking forward to having you here.
Thank you.
We're going to have a lot of fun this week, and hopefully make some money. Good morning, Sarah Hall. Prayers and love to you as always. And everybody, please say a prayer for peace today, everybody. As far as economic releases this morning, early. One of the talking feds, Williams, was speaking. 7:30, we all know retail sales came out a little hotter than expected. That's 2 months in a row the retail sales have been not helping the Fed in keeping rates lower or steady at least. At 8:15, we have industrial production. At 8:20, we have another talking Fed. Bowman will be taking a bow. 9 o'clock this morning, business inventories and the NAHB housing market index is due out. At 9:45, another talking Fed barking will be barking. And that's going to be it as far as economic or at least known economic releases today. As far as earnings are concerned, this week is really pretty much all about the banks. We did have Johnson & Johnson, probably our highest, our biggest stock come out, beating both expectations in earnings and revenue. Bank of America beating both. Lockheed Martin, of course, beating both in earnings per share and revenue. We had Goldman Sachs, which missed a little bit on earnings per share, but revenues were good. Bank of New York, Mellon, better on both. After the close today, we have Interactive Brokers, United Airlines, and Wintrust Bank. So we'll take a look at those at the end of the day today, of course. As far as the VIX is concerned, $17.9 index, 106.52, and the yield on the 10-year spiking after those numbers, 4.8%. We got all these things lined up, and we're going to be ready for some hopefully some good trading, hopefully some good successes for all of you. Remember, it is Bring a Friend week this week. Make sure you bring a friend, and we will be happy to see any successes. If you've finished the trading combine, if you succeed today, make sure you let us know. And of course, we will all be extremely pleased by all of that success. What else do we have here, Andre? Anything else?
It looks like about it. I see the futures are still breaking going in this open. So the market's a little active this morning.
Yeah, I think those retail sales numbers are going to be a little tough to digest for longs here. Agreed. Overall, I think, mostly kind of range bound for the past few sessions, and a couple of targets lower. Why don't we go ahead and jump into the charts, and we'll see what we have to see here.
Agreed. Good call. Nice transition there, Hogue.
Yeah, thank you. So we've got a stock screener here. I'm going to pop this up here. It should be.
Good call. Good call.
Bank of America. This is all pre-market, so some kind of mixed numbers. Citibank a little bit lower. Goldman holding up there a little bit. We got Bank of America higher. Citigroup a little bit lower. Again, Goldman a little bit higher, just to kind of take a quick look at those banking stocks here before the open. And let's jump into the S&Ps. All right. So we had to have been discussing the idea that this area of balance and this area of balance left some space. Well, we just seem to be kind of filling in that space. I think these markets are really seeking new information. Of course, we all know about the uncertainties overseas. Again, please pray for peace. But we've got two-sided trade occurring here. Last week's low down here, last week's high here. But overall, I mean, we're just kind of stuck in this tiny little range right here, and that's where the two-sided trade comes in. So I can't really put an auction grade because we're seeing a two-sided auction. Right. We've established some extremes in the short time frame, weekly kickoff high, largely the upper extreme. And we've got a naked point of control down here, which I'm kind of targeting the market. I'm targeting for a downside move. It'll be a little bit more obvious when we take a look at the 30-minute chart. So that move to the upside yesterday, and we were talking about this during the fast markets. Right. We started to look at. We did have an open interest increase, 16,000. New longs in a longer time frame. It's possible because we had a kind of a delta divergence. Delta was negative as price continued to move higher, and it ended the day negative by about 6,500. That's kind of what I was thinking or looking at this morning. So we had more aggressive traders using market orders to sell against the direction to the upside. We didn't really get a lot of big opportunities after we put in yesterday's high, although Michael did have a nice win off that vicious pullback that occurred in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps yesterday. I'm sure we'll talk more about that. Did you see that?
I did. That was brutal. That was a nice pullback. Good entry. But yeah, that was vicious indeed.
And it was during group coaching, and they popped up his charts and said that he was long. So I'm like, oh, goodness. Yeah. But man, he really kind of picked a really good spot on that pullback and had a nice trade late in the day yesterday. So Michael ended up having a good day. I took one trade, made about $500, and we'll see if we can do the same today.
Yep.
Anyways, there are still a lot of uncertainties out there. These markets are seeking new information, new solid information, which is at this point very difficult to try and come into. It's very difficult to try and find new information at this time. Just remember there's a lot of uncertainty, and markets tend not to like uncertainty. Now, that said, when there is no solid bad news, these markets have a tendency to grind to the upside. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the 30-minute here, Andre, and take a look at what we did yesterday. So opening range was the low of the regular trading hour session. That's where we kind of took our first long down here. Caught a nice move to the upside. It was the move to the upside with the negative delta that led me to believe that this market was going to continue to try and push to the upside, which it did. We had a opening range. We had a normal variation trading day as far as the profiles are concerned, with a P shape. If you take a look at this volume profile, there's the spike of the P, and then the round part of the P up here. Yep. Usually that's going to indicate short covering, but it's not being supported by the increase in open interest. Huh. So it's telling me that I think possibly we trapped some maybe medium time frame to longer time frame speculators up here getting long on this move to the upside. Currently, they're going to be taking some heat, which leads me to believe that this naked point of control down here is an obvious and visual target. Are we in short time frame control? I believe we are. Why? Because we are range bound. Here's back to the daily chart. 1, 2, 3, fourth day in range usually indicates short time frame control. That's why I'm focusing really to the downside on this naked point of control down here. Okay. Now, why do I think that is possible? Well, we're always talking about potential for repair. We have volume up here. We have volume down here. In between, very little volume, very little volume, very little volume. We seem to be already headed towards testing down to that.
What's the price, John? Sorry to interrupt. What's that price that you got?
The
target
point of control down here,
yeah,
43.5650.
56.5. Okay.
56.5. So
we're
prior
close
to the
on
number,
it.
we were going to be opening basically in an area of potential repair from yesterday.
Cool.
The TPO, the volume point of control here is 4406.
Yep.
Point of control down here, 43.56. We are opening between them. A good chance it's going to reach one or both.
Yep.
Especially because there's such little volume in this area, in this area, in this area. There's just, market hasn't done any real business there. If there's any business left to do, we'll see if we repair and fall into range. So, we've got some overnight inventory to the short side here, ladies and gentlemen. We know settlements all the way up here at 44.01. Last night we opened the market here, right about here. All of the movement from last night has moved price lower and lower. We're getting short time frame traders short. That's who is moving this market to the downside. So far, they're continuing to get paid. When the regular trading hours open, they're going to be looking for continuation. They're going to be looking for help to continue price moving in their direction. If they don't get it relatively early, we could see an inventory adjustment back higher, which could give us better trade location for an eventual move down to this point of control, which is, again, 43.5650. We will be watching and we will be looking for opportunities through this.
Indeed. Good stuff. That was the NASDAQ, or that was S&Ps. What's the next product?
Right. So now we're on to the NASDAQ.
NQ.
You can see here NQZ 1D. This is the daily chart. Okay, again, two-sided trade. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 days, kind of hanging in this area of balance. Weekly kickoff high, the upper extreme, the point of control down here, the lower extreme. Market seems to be heading down to that naked point of control down there, but we're still going to be trading balance rules if we get down there. Balance rules, well, we've got extremes of balance. We've got the lows down here. We've got the highs up here, weekly kickoff high included. Wow. I don't know if we're going to see weekly kickoff high today, but if we do, there could be some opportunity there again. So we're going to be focusing in the longer time frame on these extremes. Same thing in the S&Ps. We're going to be seeing some overnight inventory to the short side. We added 3,600 again on in open interest on this push to the upside. However, we did not see a delta divergence, which means this was probably shorter time frame buyers, whether they were getting out of shorts or getting into longs. Open interest indicates they were probably getting into longs. Mm-hmm. So now we've got some shorter time frame traders stuck long. We've got overnight inventory short. What does all of this mean?
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask.
Crazy, right? So here's the 30-minute chart. If we are in short time frame, you're going to see retail traders long at the top, retail traders short at the bottom. That's just the way it looks, the way it happens. Retail traders are always looking for the big breakout trades, the big money trades, and so many breakout trades actually fail.
Yep.
Overnight inventory is short. Did we get some traders long in the overnight yesterday? It's possible. I'm not looking at a huge amount of longs in short time frame from yesterday. I mean, we only added 3,600 in open interest.
Okay.
Heck, I trade that in a day. No, just kidding.
Maybe that's all you then.
I do not. No. So again, here, very low volume, very little time. Very low volume, very little time. Opening between these 2 points of control puts it into repair. we're probably going to reach this point of control and or this point of control at some point today.
What's that downside? Sorry, Johnny. What's that downside price?
The downside 15,114.
114. Thank you.
114. You bet. So market is already heading down to that level. It was a downside target, and of course, I'm not going to get to participate in it because it's already heading down there. But we will find some opportunities today. And remember, we do have a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. Overnight inventory. Look at the volume in the overnight.
Yep.
Very low volume. There's no major participants playing there. So that we can then make the assumption that the price movement from the overnight was created by shorter time frame, weaker hands, P shooters like me.
like us.
Right?
Yep.
Right. So if that's the case and they're all short coming into the open, they're looking for continuation. They're looking for help from regular trading hour traders to continue to push price lower. Do we have some longs stuck up here? Maybe. Overnight inventory, the P shooters we know are short from overnight.
Right.
Those P shooters, like me, are going to be going home flat today. So if they don't get what they're looking for relatively early to protect profits or to limit losses, if they don't see continuation, we can see a pushback towards settlement or where the market opened last night, which is right up here. And that would give us better trade location if we were in the mind of looking for shorts. Why should we be in the mind of looking for shorts? We've got lower highs. We've got a couple lower lows, not yesterday, but yesterday was sort of repair. I think we may still be sort of in that repair mode. So be vigilant on the open, looking for the market to either continue to pay our overnight shorts, or if you start to sense that those overnight shorts are getting nervous, you can get an opportunity in the opposite direction and give you better trade location if you are in the frame of mind of looking for shorts. If your hypothesis is to use the overnight inventory to get a better trade location for shorts, that might be a good hypothesis. Nobody knows for sure. And as we always say, anything can happen. Always. Anything can happen. There's nothing finite in futures trading. And crude oil now, Andre.
Yep.
Well, let's see what we've got going on here. So we had last week's high, 86.51, failed to accept above. We never got to weekly kickoff high. This is again, weekly kickoff highs and lows are levels that I'm looking for longer time frame traders to almost be forced to adjust inventory. We want to know when the longer time frame traders are active in the market, and to some degree they're active just about every day. They're making slight adjustments to inventories and balances because the big players are never just outright long or short anything.
Nope. So
and crude is so widely hedged. There's so much calendar spreading going on. It's difficult, especially during rollover, to be able to use open interest and volume. So looking at the open interest, we lost 9,200 yesterday, which would indicate some long liquidation, which may actually be the case. We're in December. December should, by the end of the day, have greater volume. I thought it was going to happen yesterday, but it's more likely going to happen today. It may already be greater, but I'm going to be trading in December yesterday and today. So what's going on in the news? Well, there is a hint of the U.S. releasing some sanctions on Venezuela so that they'll be able to sell us more crude oil. I think that's one of the things that has the market not freaking out about what's going on overseas. Volume and open interest again is still very blurry. The loss in open interest is mostly is entirely really in the November contract. So how do we use that? It's very difficult to do.
Right.
Last week range is still intact. Here's the low. Here's the high, 86.51, 81.30. Those purple lines are last week's range. We're inside of it. We're starting to set up an area of balance. This market is looking for new information. And it's liable to get some hopefully good news before too long here.
Yep.
So yesterday we had a normal variation day to the downside. Opening range was the dead high. We talked about that with Deanna. We were looking for the value area special situation play to play out yesterday. It didn't. Remember, what doesn't happen can be as important as what does. Today, we have very little overnight inventory to deal with. So I'm going to try and stay patient. Like Deanna, I'm going to wait until the initial balance is formed and then make some decisions on the extremes of that initial balance. You could, by all rights, say this market is in balance. Mm-hmm. So balance means we're going to look for opportunities as the day goes on. We did not open with a gap. We opened in range. We opened in value. That's another thing that tells me the perception of a barrel, the perception of value of a barrel of crude oil didn't change much overnight. So try and stay patient.
Absolutely.
We moved down to a previous point of control yesterday. It's amazing. When we talk about points of control as being targets, they're visual targets. We talked yesterday with Deanna about how visual markets are. This market opened higher with a gap back into range. Where did it trade to? Right to the point of control from the previous day.
Unbelievable.
Points of control are comfort levels. They're. Why do I keep doing that?
Hell of a call. Oh, back to back. The gremlins are on the internet right now, John. It's all right.
Yes. Right.
Nice recovery. Good job.
Yeah, I got to get back to CLZ.
CLZ, we're rolling from November to December. When does that roll finish? By the end of the week?
Yeah, I think expiration's like Friday or Monday. I don't know. I can double check on my schedule, but
yep. So rolls going on. So the volumes is rolling into December.
Yes. And crude is such a pain in the butt because it rolls every month.
Yeah, it does. It's a cereal. Yeah.
So, we're testing the low of yesterday's range, testing back to that point of control. There's some visuals down below that I liked for possible opportunities. Another naked point of control all the way down here at 81.50, 81 even is weekly kickoff low, which basically is a TPO point of control down there. We've got a gap that was left last week. I'd like to see us come down and fill that gap. Okay. I don't get to choose. That's what I'd like to see.
That would be tight, wouldn't it?
Yes. But let's take a quick look at gold now, and then we'll get down to business here.
Cool.
So here's the daily. Nice V bottom here, right?
Wow.
On the way down here, we talked about the auction to the downside was getting at best like a C plus. I think when we got down near the bottom here, it was a C minus, the auction grade. It just was tiring down here, and boy, did we get an opposite move. Of course, there's fundamental information that came into that, but at this point, you got to, when the market is in a direction and it's not performing well, you've got to start thinking about, I better shorten up my stops if I'm going to try and continue to stay short, and start thinking about maybe looking for something in the opposite move. All the way down, we talked about watch out for the vicious pullback.
Sure enough.
It happened over a weekend. There's a weekend gap. We continued to push higher. Yesterday, we started to see maybe some consolidation coming into this market. The regular trading hour range yesterday was very small. Inside range from Friday, we're inside extended trading hour range from yesterday. So we're starting to come into balance. The 100 and 200 session moving average at our overnight high, the 50 session moving average at our overnight low. It's like a shrimp here between two chopsticks. It's just stuck there hanging. Here's the 30. And there we go. Okay. So look at that range from yesterday.
Sure is, man.
Just brutal for anybody that was looking for big opportunities yesterday.
That's not an easy trade.
No, but we could have kind of surmised that, because where did we open yesterday? We opened in range and in value. So that kind of sets up a Be patient, wait for the extremes, fade the extremes, manage risk, and have reasonable profit target expectations. Things are a little bit different now. We opened with a gap. We closed the gap. We back into value. We're showing signs of potential rejection of that level. Overnight inventory was long coming in. The 730 numbers reconciled that. So we don't have a gap. We have an overlapping to higher range. We have an overlapping to higher value. Odds are that at the end of the day, we're still going to have an overlapping to higher range and an overlapping to higher value area, unless we start taking out this 100 session moving average. There's a lot of visuals down below.
There are. Wow.
We have gaps. We have gaps. We have naked points of control. We have gaps. It was a very unorganized, emotional upside move. That's weak structure down below. When will it become important? When it becomes important. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Looking forward to having a good day. We've got a great opportunity to sit out and hang out, bring your friends. We've got another
we got some power. We got another power player today.
Power player today, John Watkins. We're looking forward to seeing him.
We might have some surprises later in the day.
Maybe.
We'll see. It's always a possibility here at TopstepTV.
Make sure you subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you subscribe. All right, we're going to take a short break. We will be back with Fast Markets. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey,
all
everybody.
right, welcome to Fast Markets. You guys ready?
Let's go.
No, I don't know, Johnny. I'm going to hit the snooze button.
No snooze buttons here. We're in the markets.
We got a comedian in the house today.
Yeah, here we go, man. Made money yesterday.
You did, and it was right during group coaching. All the group coaching people got to see it.
Yeah, guys, $2,200.
Oh, you got it shaped like a calendar back there behind you. I like that.
I know.
Very clever. All right, Patak. Yeah, future
A lot of blue.
down. We're going down right now.
Yeah, retail. We'll talk about that. Horses installed, coming out of the gate. Rah, 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 shish kebab. Here we go.
We got about 1 minute here.
I want to buy a race.
In honor of Eddie.
My mom just dropped off 3 horses at my house. You can come on over if you want to ride them.
Are you serious?
Cisco, Whiskey.
Benny?
Benny's dead, Andre. Come on.
No.
Yeah. Let's get our head straight right now. We'll talk betting later. Betting was a big old horse. He died.
That's wow.
All right, we are open. Ding, 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 ding.
All right, let's do this.
Overnight inventory is short.
Overnight inventory is short. Give me some levels. If those in the room, I need your help. I know I used. I always talk to John, but when John was out of town, I made more money. So yeah,
That's it. I'm on my way out.
John's got some good downside targets.
15-114. 15-114 is the naked point of control from Friday.
Okay, 15 more handles below here.
Yeah.
Yes.
15 090s. Why are they saying 090s, 98s?
Last week's low. Yesterday's overnight low. Last week's low was in the NASDAQ here. 062 quarter.
062. Guys, I got nothing so far on the tilt.
Nothing right now.
Even Steven.
Even
So-
45, 55, or blah, 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 50, 50. That means nothing. I'm only going to be telling you guys tilts if I see it 70 and above. And I'm going to tell you about a trade yesterday that was a tilt tip-off. Ooh, that's kind of a cool name. We should
Anne Marie's here. Hi, Anne Marie.
Hello, Anne Marie.
Yes.
Welcome.
If there is a trader that you should be following, tuning in for, or just obsessing over, is Anne Marie, because she knows her stuff. She's great to listen to when it comes to all things about the markets. John, how would you describe her?
I was just trying to think of it, and she's
Did I not do
undescribable.
a very good job?
She's undescribable. I mean, she is a wonderful person who has the heart of traders in her heart and her mind. She's a very smart, very good, excellent trader. She's got her books. I hate to say it, one of my favorite people in the world.
There you go.
That's high praise.
Anne Marie, if you're recording this, there's a couple mission statement lines for your work out there to help traders. The heart for traders. I have a heart for trade. You do, Anne Marie. Thank you. We've worked with you for a while, partnered up, done stuff with you for a long time. All right, back to the markets, Anne. Anne, what are you seeing in the markets right now? Throw that in there. Did we get all the levels in here as far as point of controls? John, what was 15-114 again?
That's the volume point of control from Friday.
I'm taking notes. I put it right in the middle because that's the middle. And then
and we've got overnight inventory to the short side. We just stopped short of it. So, be careful if you see an overnight inventory. That can be something you can take advantage of, or it can also seek you, or it can offer better trade locations if you're in the mind for a short.
Which one?
If we get an inventory adjustment back up towards settlement, which would be a hell of a long, but right now the market is one time framing lower. We're still waiting for the market to come down and recheck this little comfortable level here, this naked point of control from Friday, 15-114. And then we'll see what happens there. So far, the overnight inventory, Michael, is continuing to get paid. They have found what they were looking for, and that is sellers off the open. We have, let me see here, NASDAQ opening range, the high of the session, S&P opening range, the low of the session. So they're heading in opposite directions right now.
Lovely. They are heading in opposite directions right now. Decoupling, if you will, I guess.
Decoupling.
S&P's caught a bid, and NASDAQ said, no, I don't think so. We're not going higher right now. So
no way, Jose.
Keep an eye on that.
See, Anne Marie is saying she likes the deep fade for the bounce into resistance. A lot of people are short, and she thinks that creates a floor. So we're getting real close to this. Okay, we just hit that naked point of control.
Yes, we did.
I thought she said size up, close your eyes. Size up and just close your. Oh no, that's for somebody else. No.
Well, I know that prayer is big to Anne Marie, but I don't think she uses prayer in trading.
Yes. Trading gods haven't listened to me very much in my life.
So there was almost a direct hit to that naked point of control.
Yes, it was.
It went 2 ticks below it.
Nicholas Park, hell yeah, 1/5. We got people talking about getting passing trading combines, getting funded, all that kind of good stuff. You guys got those stories coming on in? Share them. I got funded last week. I'm up this. I passed the combine yesterday. I'm happy about this.
Yep.
Okay. Wow. Friday point of control.
Man, all we had to do is just place a bid there, and we'd be sitting in clover right now.
Yes, we would.
I kind of
S&P still have room to the downside.
Every morning, this guy blows the leaves out here.
I can hear it.
High pitched leaf blowing thing.
Oh,
Consistent
until it starts snowing.
Yeah,
until it starts snowing, and then everything gets quiet. John, that gets really nice.
Yeah,
Snow
it's very quiet, right?
Yeah.
Tilt's around 50-50 right now.
5050. Yep.
NASDAQ not done breaking.
The opening range in the NASDAQ is the high of the day. I mean, it's difficult to trade against that.
Yes, it is. And there goes the S&Ps finally catching up.
S&P is still the low. The opening range is still the low in the S&Ps.
128. Okay.
But I mean, I'm with Anne Marie. I think that there's a lot of weaker hand shorts in this market. But so far, they're getting paid. Watch the high of the opening range, Michael. The high of the opening range in the NASDAQ, 142. 142. So I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a little marker here.
And I usually do that for the high of the range.
142.
Yesterday, I was very, very out of tune. And I just didn't see anything, at all. And
but you waited and found something.
Waited. And I was transparent with everybody, so they didn't say, "Oh yeah, how come every time you're off the camera you make money?"
They don't say that about you, do they?
No. Well, then I was kicking back to them. I'm like, oh, then, no, I don't really have anything to kick back on that one. I'm just being a trader just like everybody else here. If I start trading poorly, I would like it to be a part of your trading plan going forward, if that's okay.
Yeah,
for
sure.
For you to fade me when you know, and then you let everybody here know.
You've been hot lately, man. I'm not getting in front of that train.
Yeah, I just want people to get familiar with fading it. There's nothing wrong with fading.
Oh, trust me, there's plenty of people out there that will want to fade us just for fun.
So
that's the whole thing. If you know there's an edge in trading as a trader, you take it. So if I know Tommy over there, hot shot influencer, like bombs stuff all the time, or every time my dad says, "Hey, Junior, do this, do that" in the markets, and he's never traded the markets, you do the opposite. Like it works, and it doesn't. But the whole point is find that edge for your trading strategy, and then don't troll. Trade.
No trolling. Like, subscribe, sound off in the comments.
Oh yeah, we're not doing anything until we get to 35,000 subscribers.
We hinted.
Right.
So there'll be nothing. There'll just be no fire. There's no fire. It's going to be.
No, we put it all out.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's a little lesson for those of you that like to move your stop to break even once the trade goes your way. Now, we don't know if this trade is going to continue to pay. But if you took this trade, you'd probably be looking at 15 to 20 points of risk, right?
Which one?
The 114 long in the NASDAQ, the weekly, the move to the point of control.
John, I'm a bear though. Why are you showing me bullish positions?
Well,
he was right.
I'm just trying to say
the
market came right to it, 2 ticks through it. If you bought it there, your stop would be probably 15 to 20 points the other side of it. It started going your way. Had you moved your stop to break even or break even +1, it would have stopped you out, and now you'd be watching the trade back in the money.
Yeah, I know. So we don't like moving our stops very much, do we?
No, yeah. I do not. And that is the reason why. It's one of the most asked questions when I'm working with traders is, I put the trade on, it goes my way, I move my stop up to break even or break even +1 to pay for the trade, and it always seems to come and take me out. And then the trade plays without me.
70% S&P.
Yep.
Short, long.
Man, why does this keep moving? 70% S&P, long. 70% S&P.
Yeah.
Long. They're going to take the floor out from this thing.
There it is.
S&P 60% long, NASDAQ 55% short.
Wow. See, they're heading different directions, like a chameleon's eyes.
Remember, we like to take note when it leans. That's not a huge tilt. Don't. I mean, like right now, crude oil says 88%.
Damn.
85% long in crude oil. That's very interesting. Make note of that on your chart. 85% of the open positions here in crude oil are long.
All right, let me do that.
All right, so if you got the 14s, John, around there, you're only 10 handles heat. So still, if you didn't move your stop, you're still in a good spot.
Yeah.
Even after all that crazy noise that just happened right there.
So right here.
That flush out, flush down.
80% long in crude.
It was higher. I think it was up to 88.
Oh, yeah, annotate. Yeah. 89 now.
Growing.
You're going to have to be quick to keep up with this.
Michael, is that guy blowing a coach's whistle while he's doing the leaf blowing?
Yeah, he's got the whole football team out there doing high steps.
You gotta file a village complaint.
I know.
All right, so there's the 89% long.
Nice.
Back to the NASDAQ, back to the S&Ps. S&Ps are starting to put up a delta divergence. We've got negative 1,100 in delta. The opening range remains the low of the day in the S&Ps. It remains the high of the day in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
NASDAQ has taken 3 stabs down below that naked point of control.
Yes, they have.
We'll see if the 4th time's a charm.
Got anything coming up?
All right, so yesterday's low is
Barton.
Yesterday's low is
83
here.
even. Oh, 83 even. Right?
Nope.
What?
Yesterday's regular trading hour session low?
No. 3 in the morning.
Overnight low was 83 even, yes.
83 even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
yesterday it was the lowest. No, it was the lowest session. Never looked back, right?
Yes, we never tested the overnight low yesterday.
And today's the highest session, and we haven't looked back yet. Correct, NASDAQ?
Yes. Yeah, the first 30-minute bar put in the high of the overnight session. We haven't been back.
Okay.
I have a tilt question, Michael.
You're a little, Jack. You a little quiet. You guys got him a little quiet.
Yeah, a little quiet.
Maybe
Quiet.
just you guys. I should be good to them going out. Should be a little better now. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Question on tilt. When we see the market breaking hard like this, do you find that we generally see people loading up long that trade as far as like a bias?
No, I don't want to say it's a bias. I would say it's exactly a bias is the tilt. But like when it starts moving hard one direction, I don't know. The only thing I can say to that is you watch and then you see which bias starts to increase. And you could say, hey, if it's selling off and it was 50-50, then maybe your longs are starting to get stopped out and then your shorts start to increase. But if your longs keep coming back in there, it stays 50-50, the market's still sometimes. You got to watch it when I talk about this stuff too, and you'll eventually be able to see it. Everybody who's interested in the tilt, see if the market starts to firm up a little bit because the buyers continue to stay in there. They didn't evaporate. So I don't know if I even answer that question, but that's the best way I can answer it on my own.
Good to know.
Yeah, but we're all learning this. I mean, this is something we've watched this in the trading pits, and the bigger Topstep gets, the better our data set gets. which is more accurate and indicative, in my opinion, of people on their active traders around the world trading in their personal brokerage accounts, what they would be biased towards doing in that particular product. That's how valuable this is.
Mm-hmm. NASDAQ.
And it's people who care about those positions too. It's not just,
it's 100%. Yeah.
You know,
I wouldn't take data sets from very many other funding companies. I know that. But they are all somewhat motivated to be correct. So yes, you're right, John. 50-50.
New lows.
Oh, 80. What was it? 83?
that was the overnight low from night before last. See, the S&P is still holding the opening ranges the low of the day.
Yes, it is. What the hell?
Okay. Can you guys share in the chat? You guys share in the chat what you are seeing. We need what kind of poll would help us all learn right now from each other? Because instead of just saying, are you in a position or are you long? I want to start getting where we can help each other a bit more with sharing our opinions. And I'm going to show you guys your bias in real time and our whatever thoughts in real time with polls. Yeah. Is really the goal here is to be a little bit more interactive with that, so you guys can. Yeah, I'm sitting on my hands too.
Got to for now.
Don the trader is fading everybody who's long.
Don the trader.
Well, the market's been one time framing lower. I mean, that making point of control was an opportunity to limit risk. It just didn't work.
Watching for now. Yeah, I'm watching for now. Are you in the markets right now?
Patience has been paying.
Let's not use that. Are you in the markets right now? I don't think that's not one that's going to be helpful. Because I mean, like by the time I click it, I could be in the markets. I think we need to say something a little bit more. I don't know. We'll get smart with this. Like we're all watching the same thing. What would we all want to know? Besides, we know we should be, some of us sitting on our hands, some of us have positions. I know, like, if I have a bias number on here, that means people do have positions on.
Don't come to us. We don't need to force it.
Yeah, so Friday's low in the NASDAQ. 62 quarter. Our current low, 77.5.
Say that one more time.
62 quarter was Friday's low.
15.062 quarters Friday's low?
Yes.
Friday's low.
S&P is just
won't break.
Will not break. I'm watching the NASDAQ break.
Well, you want me to make them break? I'll buy it.
I'll do it. Same thing.
Do it. John, if you can make the market break by buying it right now, you will do us all a favor.
All right. Here we go.
Take one for the team.
Take one for the team. It's called taking one for a team.
You buy a 1 lot, we'll sell 5 lot, and then we'll offset it.
There you go. That's how it works, John. You get long 1, we'll get long 50 or short 50.
73 even. We're long. Stop's going to be 67 even.
I am not seeing anything yet, except selling rippers.
Yep.
Return to settlement. We've always talked about that play. NASDAQ has a long ways to go to get back to that for today. Same with the NASDAQ. So far out of the gate this morning, you got just selling pressure with the NASDAQ being the lead dog here. 50-50 on the tilt. Crude oil's down to 60% long bias. Long.
Yeah, because they got long at the top and now it's coming back at them.
There you go. See,
there it is. 89% long at the high.
Wait, so was that when it was 88%? Did it break? Crude?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was long. It was 89% long at the high, right around 85.80 is when you guys were talking about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
59 now.
Interesting.
Oh, I like this question. Does ES rotate lower or does NQ rotate higher?
That's the question.
That's if you. I mean, if you know that answer,
Please tell us.
We're going to find out.
NASDAQ is really, I mean, just strong to the downside, and the NASDAQ has more space to break than the S&Ps do.
Hey, Hogue, could you expand your ES chart?
Of course.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so Anne-Marie, 20-point stop. What do you got, Ian? 20-point stop around here. Apple's almost 2% down. Nvidia's down. Were you guys talking stocks at all this morning?
Yeah, we're talking stocks.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
We got during this whole, really always, because the indexes are all made up of stocks, so we should get familiar with it. Is that your stock board?
Stock screener. These are filtered to
I can't see what's on the
stocks that are announcing earnings this week.
Can you your head and our heads or whatever heads are?
Yeah,
maybe?
I can. 1 second, I can pull that up ahead of it.
Boy, S&Ps are resilient right now.
50-50 in the.
So
Thanks, Jack. Nice Tesla. Okay.
Morgan Stanley lower.
These are all coming out, or they're out?
Yeah, these are stocks that have earnings coming out this week.
This week.
Yeah.
Now we can also filter them. And this is by market cap. We can go with percentage change. We're not going to probably see much in that.
Well, yeah.
By price. Netflix.
So retail, what was the number that came out this morning? 0.7 what? It was
0.7.
Retail sales?
Yeah, expected was 0.3. Super hot number.
So everybody's tossing their
Inflation.
money out of junk again.
I don't know what they're spending their money on.
You got to get the woozy woos and the
woozy woos. God bless the woozy woos.
thingamajigs and the whatever.
All right, so
just take it. I don't want it in my pocket.
So you guys are short, right? Because I took that long.
No, but I plan on it. No, I did not, John.
We just took out the low of the opening range by 2 ticks in the S&Ps. That happens sometimes. They want to go and get those stops there. We'll see if we get. That's why I put my stop as far away from the low of the opening range as I did.
Nice. Andre, we need to get your picture up there. No position.
No position currently, correct.
We should get a little design on there, guys, that says "Fade this guy."
Oh,
Fade alarm? Yeah, we could do that.
Fade alarm, yeah, or whatever.
Andre, since Eddie's not going to be making any trades today, as he's not here, you're going to be Eddie today if you choose to put something on.
I do choose to put something on. We'll see. I mean, these S&Ps just do not want to budge. It's very frustrating.
Well, they're going to budge to get my stop, and then they'll turn around.
Because they're going right after you, John.
What's the stop? I'll put a bid in.
67.
Is it?
Over right there.
67 even?
Yep.
Yeah. I'll have to hit it.
I did this for you guys. You know that, right?
Did it for
Let me
Mike.
know when you get stopped out. If you get stopped out. Sorry.
All right, you got it.
He lost, so you guys could really lose.
There it is. We're out.
Jack, I'm long 2 from 67 quarter.
Savage.
Dang.
Long 2 from 67 quarter.
That's
And
cold.
they were
That
just
is
playing a
cold.
little. This is just like a little lesson. How do we learn from doing this kind of stuff?
That's
Just
cold.
randomly doing stuff. Well, John just got out on a stopped out. You guys have been there before where you got stopped out and then went directly to where you wanted to go. If that happens in this case, because John was talking about it, then we're going to be a part of it.
You owe me half that if you make money on it.
And then I owe John. Then I got to take him to dinner. That's how it works, guys. You got to
Yeah,
take him
he
to
does.
dinner.
Well,
Got nothing.
When do you start feeling the heat, Michael?
What? When you start feeling the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen. What?
I'm just saying. When it,
I've got
first black candle I've seen.
I've got some. Yeah.
Still,
business inventories and housing market index at 9 a.m. Central.
Oh crap! Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I don't know if I want this position on when that comes out. Do I?
I don't think it's
A guy like you, easy come, easy go.
Look at that shit.
Look at that rally. Look at that rally, Johnny. Look at that rally.
Absolutely brutal.
I know. I'm telling you, man. I've been there. I've been there more times. This is nothing. This isn't a real. I mean, we're not. Nothing's materialized. It's unrealized.
Right.
But man, I've been there so many times. It is. You can't get more frustrated than things to the T.
Got me last week.
Got
Well,
me.
this little naked. Oh, you got it on MP screen. Okay. The naked point of control from Friday in the S&Ps is all the way down at 43.56.5. We've already taken that out in the NASDAQ.
Damn.
What was that one that you just said about the NASDAQ?
For the naked point of control from Friday was that 114 level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. That same point of control in the S&Ps is all the way down at 43.56.50. So another 12 handles lower than we are now. But we were already through it in the NASDAQ. We haven't tested it in the S&Ps.
Hey, why is NVIDIA getting beat up? They're down 7%. Did they have earnings yesterday?
No.
Good question.
No, they did not.
Are they getting hit? Did you guys check out the poll? 50-50.
Poll results.
50-50. See how much indecision. There's no tilt even in
Don't and the poll, same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, now the S&Ps want to go.
So there it is. There's your answer. NVIDIA can't sell to China anymore.
Yeah.
They're banned the chips to China.
That doesn't matter. That means we don't have a instead of a hey John, your chips are going to come in 8 months from now. They're going to be like, hey John, we got them. They'll be delivered tomorrow.
Right. And I'm a big fan of chips. I like
Ruffles,
some dip sometimes.
Oh man, I'm a chip.
I haven't met a chip I wouldn't eat.
I am a chip guy, big time. I was just in Paonia, Colorado, buying chips at this Mexican restaurant that are like 4.7 stars. Yeah, I know. I look at stars.
I was gonna say something.
All like, yeah, the ratings are like their chips and salsa. Blah, blah, blah. So I took them home. Kids were eating them. I said, "Pump the brakes, boys. These are fine."
Are you still long?
I'm still long. I really have no reason to be in this trade, so I'm going to get out of it. It was kind of more of a lesson. So there you go. They didn't touch and go directly against John. So John, don't be too bummed out.
Oh no, I'm not bummed out.
No, maybe it's just a lesson of getting stopped and having to go directly where you want it to go. And I don't want to have a position on guys. We aren't typically the type of folks that trade into a number.
Nope.
Numbers out in 1 minute. Thanks, Adam. Team trading right here, Adam.
Yep.
Adam Martin.
There you go.
Martin.
Yeah. Just it's kind of like uncanny sometimes where you can just right when you're like, okay, I'll get out. And the next thing you're like,
Bang.
Oh, but yeah, bang.
That's what Mongoose just said. It was waiting for MP to get out.
Wait for me. See, it's a fade
I've
day.
been there, man. I've been there. It's brutal.
Fade John, then you got to fade me, and then you'll make money. I didn't even want that long, guys. I didn't want to put on that trade. That was just me having a little whatever.
Woozy woo fun.
Woozy woos.
Woozy. What is it? Woozy woo.
I don't know.
Is it an industry term?
Like
Some made up word.
Like
the Patak
widgets. Like widgets. Like, well, they sell widgets. What's that? Woozy woos.
It's a Patakism, man.
Yeah.
All right. Numbers should be
It's
out.
an industry term.
It's from John Dalton's book, right, Hogue? The Woozy Woos?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yes, there's the value area and the woozy woos.
Get along when you see the woozy woos cross the value area. All right, nothing in the tilt. 50-50.
Number, anything? No.
Number.
Actually, no. S&P's getting a little short. 66, 67 to the short bias. Little short. But the Nasdaq's 42% short. So that to me is, I don't know. It's nothing. It's woozy woo.
Woozy woos.
God.
Sounds like an Aldi cereal.
No.
Oh, God.
All these got some gnarly stuff, man.
I finally get it now. I mean, you go into the aisle. You go in the aisle and you're like, your kids want like the Primo stuff. And it's like $18 or something like that. You know, you get like Fruity Pebbles. I might as well just hand them 6 candy bars before they go to school in the morning.
And they on the shelf they put it on its exact eye level as a kid too, right?
Oh yeah, they do. And then they start screaming at you.
Yep.
You got no choice except, all right, this one time.
Toucan Sam staring him right at the face.
Right. Come on, boy.
Captain Crunch.
Tony the Tiger, buy me.
Yeah, then you go to the Aldi, or it's cheaper. You're like, I mean, it is cheaper, but then you like take a bite into it. You're like, let's go back to the old Primo stuff, boys.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of their produce too. It's like if you can make a green pepper have no taste.
Oh my God. That was a part of the review I read on this Mexican restaurant called Nito in Peone. So there you go. There's a plug, Nito, from in Peone, Colorado. Pumpkin patch is right outside of there. So
Is that peyote?
No, that's what they were selling in the alley. But yeah.
Okay.
They're known for their flavors. Like everything's organic. We don't buy anything from anywhere. You go to Walmart and you go to like even Whole Foods seems like tastes are starting to run off. But you go to Walmart and you go to the marketplace, farmers market that they put up on the streets, you know, small towns or kind of any towns really. You buy from a farmer, that tastes different. That's my take.
Of course. Yeah.
You bite into a tomato, it's like I'll eat it like an apple.
I've done that before. All right.
I'm long.
Yeah, what did you like?
70. Where am I?
Are you thinking the shorts kind of got exhausted?
69.75.
Yeah.
I want to see the NASDAQ get back over that 114 level, but I'm a little preemptive on that.
Where'd you get long from?
69.75.
69.75.
I'm going to have to turn on my ceiling fan. Excuse me for 1 second.
Got it.
Wonder what happened there.
Yeah, I know. What does that mean, John? Code word for something?
No, I have these huge windows, and there's a pond, and I mean, you can see the sunlight coming in, and that sunlight gets a little bit warm in this room. So, holding onto a position too sometimes makes it a little bit hot in here. But
Yeah. I get it. You got to manage that. All right. So, any breaking news? Is there anything out right now that we should be thinking about? Number just came out.
business inventories were a little bit higher than expected. There was a revision from last month. Housing market index, they were looking for 44. It came out a little bit lower than expected. You know, retail inventories without autos were a little bit lower. What does all that mean? I don't know.
Okay.
Fed speaker's coming up. And
What time's Fed?
41 minutes, I think.
20?
41.
Barking starts barking. It's
And-
9:45.
All right, cool. We got some folks in the chat. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
We are all helping each other out today. I love that.
Yep.
So we had the let's throw it back in there, the guide or the what's coming up on Power Players. If you guys didn't tune in, yesterday was great with Tori. Tori, a big influencer in the trading world.
Big time.
Yeah, I like what she does. She talks about her trading. She got taught by her uncle. She had crushed it a couple weeks ago with a 30,000 some odd day, which is awesome. We got John Watkins coming up here. Power players, those that don't know, at 11 o'clock Chicago, Chi City, or Chirac, depending on where you live.
Easy.
Tisk tisk, Michael. Tisk tisk.
Couldn't help himself.
Couldn't help myself. At 11 o'clock. It's fun. It's fun. And John, you're going to be talking with John?
Yep.
Okay. And John's great. And he has a great following too. So people that have good followings, you could be like, well, they're just this or that. Clearly, there's enough people that like what they're talking about. They are connecting with the community. They have built a community. They've connected with the community. And there's something to be learned about it, about them, about whatever. So we like to have, we call them power players. They come on here and they do that. Anne Marie Band would be a power player. She's not a big YouTuber influencer.
She's been on Power Player.
But she's been on, she knows the markets. And she's been in, like, people that, I think it's people that Topstep really wants to also align ourselves with, because, like, we look at how they, like, lead. And we're like, that's interesting. You know, there's some controversial YouTubers out there that do stuff and whatnot. And then there's also ones that do things a certain way. And then there's people that just don't even YouTube. And they're like, oh, I have these courses and I do that. Jared Tendler, trading psychologist. He's another great one. Not a big YouTuber, but he's trading psychology. Get your mindset, like get yourself and get your mental. He's Thursday, and getting your mental mindset in the right spot. Johnny with the long, nice. So these are power players. Tune in. It's a great way. The markets slow down anyway. 11 o'clock Chicago times, noon, which is like lunch hour for New York. And lunch hour of New York is, think about the big movers and shakers that move markets. We take lunch just like you and I. So we always kind of, markets typically slow down around the lunch hour. So that we have power players coming on there. You can still trade. You'll still get updates every now and then on, 76% longs right now, NASDAQ. 76% longs, NASDAQ.
Damn.
66% longs in the ES. Check it out.
Hoping they were short.
What's that?
Was hoping they were all short.
You're hoping they were all short? No.
83%.
83 now. Guys, this is a big tilt. This is a big tilt. It's rally. It's giving them in, but there's some longs that may get stuck. Thinking it's going to be a huge move. But just keep an eye on right now. It's 83, 80, 81, 83% longs right now in the NASDAQ. See, all the longs are getting paid, but there can be snapbacks. I got short 33 halves.
Yeah.
Just the one line. Just the one guy. Just the one guy. On that rip up, you can feel the stops get ripped up.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, we just evened out a whole bunch of the delta, and we're up against the regular trading hour session high here. So I just took that trade.
Good job.
Oh, you covered? Nice. John, switch over to mine real quick. John, that was scratched in for the day, loser winner?
No, I'm up now.
Oh, yeah.
There was almost a $500 winner, and I lost, I think, $250 on the first one.
Okay. I got short right here, 30 on that rip. I wait for rips. I don't like, oh my God, this number, it's 83%, it's 70, it's now 64%. So, and this is going to be short-lived. I'm not.
Watch that NASDAQ level. The
114?
What was it? The high of the opening range, 5140. 5142. It's the high of the opening range. Take that out. Look out.
Yeah, this comes up and retests this. I'm not going to stick around too much longer. ES is 64% long.
That's not
NASDAQ
much, right?
70% long. This is where
You're long, right?
Yeah.
Or you're short.
No, sorry, I'm short. That was my moment to either take it or get out.
No, that we just took out the high of the opening range.
Damn, what a rally.
Yeah, this thing's going to run. All right, I had 10 handles in the money. Now I'm 10 handles out of the money.
Okay.
And then you had the opening range being what, John? 142 is right here.
Yeah, 142 was the high. Was the high of the opening
I have
range.
that written down. Yes, right here, right now.
I mean, we're still really in the initial balance here, but now we're starting to see a little bit of a volume shoulder right here in the S&Ps. If we can stay above the low volume that's just below here, could be opportunity. We don't have that same volume shoulder in the NASDAQ.
All right, I got out. If 97, six handle over. Keep it light, keeping it tight.
For sure.
Were you short NASDAQ or S&P?
Yes, sir. The former.
NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Okay.
First. Always the first form. Former. F.
Okay.
Former. First. That's how I remembered former. And then ladder. Last. L. Ladder. Last. Andre, I've had to call you for quite a bit of these type of things. There they are.
No, you're getting better at it. I've noticed.
I just learned two is as well. TOO.
Indeed.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been using. Yeah,
Like
now I'm
also?
starting to use interchangeably. Feel like it's feel like I should have actually paid attention in high school.
Damn it.
What'd you get short, Andre?
No, not yet. I'm watching this rally though. Just rip to the upside. I'm trying to figure out
I'm
what's
getting
going
short. What's the level up here again, John?
85% SPOOs, man. Or sorry, NASDAQ. Sorry.
I don't want to step in front of this. This is an inventory adjustment. This could go all the way back to settlement, gentlemen.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I missed a long. I was trying to get into that low volume note here. I'll show you.
Well, what levels
This
do you have?
little shoulder here, I was trying to get long against this low volume note, and I missed it. I was too cheap.
Yeah.
My wife tells me I'm too cheap. But we took a step in the right direction here. Well,
Wait, Jack, you think this could be a return to settle potentially?
Well, I mean, here, look at the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So NASDAQ opened at 5 o'clock last night. It opened on the overnight high right here. So all of the overnight inventory, which is shorter, weaker hands pea shooters that we talked about, are holding shorts and looking for continuation. They got some continuation, but that continuation seems to be going away. So now this whole move here off that low was more likely just traders that just got too short in the hole here, shorter time frame traders. You know, where we are, I'm not looking for longer time frame traders necessarily. I'm, of course, going to be monitoring for them.
Yep.
We did see a delta divergence in the S&Ps, which was part of why I took that long. Both longs, actually.
Okay, so
you know what? I think what we're seeing here is what Anne Marie was looking for. She wanted to see traders that were too short bring price back up to resistance for a potential short. And that's what we talked about on the opening call this morning, Andre.
Yes, we did.
what levels do you have up here? This thing's ripping.
It's
And you're right.
baby.
Yeah.
So, I mean, here's the low from yesterday. Okay, yesterday's low was the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ. That low, Michael, 168.75, 168.75. So that's gonna close the gap. We get up there.
168.75. Well, we were just there at 67. Does that count?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would call that a gap close, and sometimes that gap close can be resistance. So it offers a cheap opportunity.
I got nothing. Damn it.
I got nothing. I'm looking to trade, and I don't like looking to trade.
Well, see,
like
you're sitting there brokenhearted, came to trade, and only charted.
Yeah.
I like that. That was you.
John has a bunch of these, Andre.
So eloquent, John.
Yeah, he started the trading industry. Did you know that?
It's our exchange. We founded it.
We founded it. The Duke brothers.
Oh, with his beaver pelts. I do know some people that won't be brokenhearted if you want to take a look at the XFA hot streaks real quick.
Awesome.
Do that.
What do you got? What do you got?
All right. Send it.
Send it in. It's still showing strength. All right, XFA hot streak. Bang. 21 days. That you guys, 21 days is the benchmark. So somebody's right.
Hanona.
Okay, Hanona is right at the high water mark ever since we've been doing hot streaks here on Topstep TV. They should do hot. Do you think they do hot streaks on? Yeah, check it out, guys. This is what it is. I'm not going to read all the names, but you've seen it. Awesome work, Hanona. What if they did hot streaks for like the commentators on CNBC?
Doesn't it look like
if they held them accountable?
These are the same folks that were on the hot streak yesterday.
They were. They all added one more day.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Man, when you're hot, you're hot.
I wonder if they know we're talking about them.
Yeah,
well, their ears are probably ringing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah, you're talking about like those guys, the people on Power Lunch and stuff, Patak.
No, like Kramer.
Oh, trust me.
I'd like to see Kramer and Faber go head to head on a trading, and just they keep stats on them because they don't ever get along, and I think that'd be great.
I don't know how that's made for
Kramer.
Him and Faber in the morning is just like they're sour at each other. They're not really buddies anymore. Really, they just got thrown together by the producer.
Yeah, you two guys, sit down.
I mean, like every study in history has shown that you can't beat things by just picking stocks. You know?
Yes. Well, Kramer will explain it in the Kramer way, which is actually, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with. You're like, that's a good way to think about it. And in general, I mean, Wall Street takes it where it wants to take it anyway.
What a reversal. Anyone out there? Anyone in the chat get along there?
Yeah, you guys get long there because the longs got paid. You know, we talked about the tilt right there. It's a perfect example of the tilt.
Yeah, shout out to the longs.
All you guys do is fade the tilt. No, we don't. Right there. I mean, I looked to get in, then I quickly got out because the market stayed firm.
Nice.
Yeah. So there you go. There you go.
Andy making a couple buckies there. Good job, Andy.
Fire drill, Andy.
I think it's fire drill, Andy.
Did we get long equities that not move?
Nice. I did not.
I must say no. And 36% of the people are me. 50-50 right now.
Okay.
When we do a poll, let's go, Jack, let's go back and at least give them a little touch point on what it is.
Andy, that's me. Fire drill,
When
Andy.
we get to like 500 or something like that.
And you want to subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, subscribe. Good things happen when you subscribe.
To those who subscribe. Yeah, and we won't do anything. So if you're asking for a reset and all that kind of stuff, when's the reset code come out? Well, we're going to say, did you hit the subscribe button? I know somebody's something in there. Yeah, I already hit it. What do I do now? Can't hit it again. Your buddy can, because this week's called Bring Your Friend to Topstep TV Week.
That's right. Shout out to Jay, dude. Shout out to Jay.
Look, I've lived in many, many different spots from all the way down to college. You always had A roommate, or B, a neighbor.
Nice job, Dania. Dania's long for my entry.
There you go.
Still holding in that sucker. Nice job.
Oh, yeah. Nice way to stick with that one, too.
I have the real-time subscribers here too, Michael.
We're
at 34,816. It just
We
changed.
think 200 more. Call up your friends, people. Call up your friends. Hit your little group text and just drop them the link to Topstep TV and say, dude, I know you hate trading, but just click the subscribe button.
So
if
and when we hit 35, then we have to hold up our end of the bargain, right?
Yeah, we're going to hold up our end of the bargain. It's everybody who invited a friend, their friend, and them get a free trading combine.
Whoa.
50K. We're not doing anything until then. We won't even talk about it.
He finally passed the 50K combine. Congratulations.
Look at this rally.
Great to hear about your success. Yeah, look at this sucker. God bless it.
Right?
I was in it, and then I was trying to get back in it, and I missed it. Missed it by that much.
You should say something about I would have, or I could have, or I should have.
No. No, what is it?
Where's Eddie with the soundboard? Damn it.
Hey, what are you doing,
Elias? Nice job.
John, I was driving around in my car yesterday, and I was chuckling because of the amount of attempts you did with Deanna to have that English accent.
Oh, yes.
I commend you, my friend. I commend you. It's tough.
Support.
Demand.
Grasshopper.
All right, so we stalled out. This rally stalled out for the time being. We'll see if it can catch some more momentum here to the upside, but maybe some profit taking with this red bar on the 5 minute.
5 minute. You looking at a 5 minute, Andre?
I am looking at a 5 minute.
Oh, man, I am going to beat you up with that on Thursday.
Andre, why don't you might as well look at a tick chart, like one tick.
You remember when someone asked us if we looked at a tick chart?
Oh, my God.
Tick chart, man.
I came out of there. I had to go to the hospital. My heart
Head
was
spin. I got vertigo.
Yeah, right.
You're right.
The
Hey,
5 minute.
Brian invited his father. Brian, you know how many people here? There's quite a few that trade with their family. It's great. You can go, hey, like you get busted out of, hey, John, my brother John, blah blah blah, and then next thing you know it, you guys are talking shop. And he says he's up and what he's seeing. And next thing you know, you guys are at the kitchen table, going to your parents' house. Now you're talking shop. It's fun. It's fun.
I haven't talked to my father in years, but I just asked him to subscribe.
Oh God.
No. I have a great relationship with my father.
Good. I didn't know if
Everybody's like, "Ooh, man, I don't know if I should laugh or cry."
yeah.
I didn't want to use Brian as that hypothetical there because I don't know what's going on.
True.
Well, I talk to my dad every day, and he's my guardian angel.
That's right.
Yep. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay, so tilts are not tilting. We are back stabilized, 50-50.
Yeah, speaker.
All those longs, there's a lot of longs in here that got paid. Great work, guys.
Okay, so Michael, this little low volume node here gives us an opportunity to limit risk for 148. 148. Remember the high of the opening range was 142. Mm-hmm. The market left low volume node anywhere in this volume shoulder between 160 and 148 gives us opportunity to limit risk to the other side of that low volume node.
Yep.
So that low volume node 147.
Low volume node 147. We're already past that one. So you're saying that's
yes. But if we do go back there, it offers possible support.
I like the 100 period moving average coming up here at the 216s.
Right.
And what else do you got up here at the 216s? Because that's like a low. I mean, there's no volume really.
Just had my 6-year-old join.
I started this on the 5. Oh my God.
All right, we're running here. We're running.
Yeah, some days my 5-year-old would trade better than me. I can guarantee you that.
Click this button, son. All right. This return to settle is no joke, is it?
We talk about return to settlement all the time. It is a play.
Dude, we talked about that on the open. This thing could whirl around and get back to settlement.
It's going to do whatever it wants to do, is what I've learned in this great game. ES 73% long. NASDAQ 70% long. Average price, let me show you average price. Longs average price right now, 43.86. They're in the money 6-7 handles. So your longs on average are in the money 7 handles.
Yep.
What's a typical move in the NASDAQ, John? I mean, like, I know ES. NASDAQ is like 20 handles. So if you're 20 handles in the money.
S&Ps tend to move in 10s.
10s? Yeah, there you go.
Look at this. So everybody's long at 46, right? In the S&Ps? I mean, 86.
Look at that shit.
Here's the low volume. 86 is in that volume shoulder. Risk to the other side. That's a great entry.
Which one?
47.
In the S&Ps here. So you said everybody's long at 86, right?
86.
Yes.
86.
So there's the high volume node. Here's the low volume node. Between it is your entry level If we hold that low volume node, the market will continue to move.
Well, there's a good lesson to learn.
Seems like we're kind of running a little bit low on volume up here, though. But
now you're back at 60%, 58% Nasdaq long, 65% S&P long.
No. Should have got
I want to trade, but yesterday I wanted to do the same thing all day long, and I stayed patient. I could call it a week right now, and I'd still be very, very happy.
Yeah,
for my week.
You had a great trade yesterday. That was. I got to tell you, that trade took some serious intestinal fortitude.
We call it cool yawns, Johnny.
Guts.
I didn't take much heat at all on it.
And it didn't take long to pay you, did it?
It did not take long to pay me. I left a lot on the table, but I don't care.
Nice. No complaining about winners.
Yeah, it was a Monday. I trade with my brothers. Amalin says we call it band of traders. Band of brothers, whatever. We have a channel in our Slack. All the traders at Topstep, which is another thing. You're not going to find very many companies in the space that Topstep created that have so many traders in it. It's called Band of Traders. It's really fun. We share things.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Alpha brought 2 friends. Hell yeah. Okay, cool.
Our viewers are starting to uptick here. Must be getting close to those subscriptions.
Yeah, you got to bring friends.
Bring your mommy, your daddy, your grandma, grandpa, all of them.
Oh, what?
Gain some. I'm not currently taking private clients, if you will. But come to group coaching tomorrow at noon. It's all going to be information about market profile, volume profile, vocabulary, construction, the difference between the two of them. I see a lot of questions about that in the chat here during fast markets, and I'm just going to try and get as many questions and as much information out as I can in the hour that I have tomorrow, and that again is noon Central Time for group coaching. It's going to be a profile bonanza, if you will. And that is a industry term, by the way.
Hey, so over 1,000 votes on that poll we posted 6 minutes ago. Are you trading in the Topstep Trading Combine? 83% yes. And growing. That's pretty good. Thanks for being part of the family.
We got to be getting close, man.
Yeah, I think so.
We got to be getting close.
Don't worry about it. Old Jackie P's got his eyes on it.
That's JP.
Jackie P. So while you're here with us, Jack, I thought maybe after the market profile coaching tomorrow, Thursday's top quiz should be questions about market profile and volume profile.
Will you help me write them?
I'll write them all.
Then you, my friend, have a deal.
I'm sure. So attend and win at Top Quiz.
All right, that was a good poll result. We got 50-50 in the tilt right now. Markets are kind of leveling off right now. John, you see anything coming?
A storm? No.
MP might be frozen right now.
One of our hypotheses this morning, Andre, was if the shorts overnight don't continue to get paid, they're going to turn around.
Sure did, man.
So we're seeing an inventory adjustment here. What the other part of that hypothesis was, this is going to offer us better trade location for shorts.
Yeah.
But I'm not there yet. We're still in the initial balance. So we're still in the first hour of trade. When we finish that initial balance, that's going to give us some reference and some possible extremes. Right. If the upper extreme of the initial balance holds, that's going to be a great place for a short, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. Sure. Okay, I'm looking at your try. See what you, I got you. I got you. All right. So yeah, we'll see. I mean,
now the initial balance is now over. We are not extending it at this time, so the initial balance is over.
Interesting.
So that means this high and this low are our extremes for the session so far.
Right.
Approximately, now check this out, Andre.
Yeah, hit me.
Approximately 65 to 70% of the time, one extreme of the initial balance remains an extreme for the day.
Okay. Right now, that'd be the downside.
Possibly. Yes.
Gotcha, yeah.
Possibly. And if we never extend outside the initial balance, that's a normal trading day. Very rare, kind of a misnomer for it because it's very abnormal for that to happen.
Right. Huh. Okay. You said 65% of the time?
65, sometimes 70, sometimes even more. I mean, it's streaky, but it's at least, approximately. Everything is approximate. There's nothing finite in future trading. Approximately 65% of the time, one extreme of the initial balance remains an extreme of the regular trading hour session.
It makes sense. It makes sense. It's not too crazy, right? I mean, I get that.
Well, here we can.
It will never be.
Let's look at it just briefly.
Yeah,
so here's yesterday, IB, low of the day. Here's the day before, IB, high of the day. Next day, no. Next day, no. So right now we're at 50%. Yes.
Yeah.
No. Look at how the market just has to come get those freaking stops.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes. Nah, you could call that. Yes. Yes.
I mean, that's
no. Yes.
That's about 65% right there.
Yes. Yes.
That's a lot of yeses.
Yes. Yes. So it happens a lot where, the initial balance extreme is one extreme of the day or the other.
Yeah, so guys, 3 out of 5 times. Take it. We'll see. We still got a ways to go for stuff. Man, that opening when the S&P just wouldn't break. It wouldn't break. Damn it.
No, and it had to come down there and get my short, get my stop. But at least we caught part of the ride back up.
For sure.
Money back and then some.
For sure. Boy, chat's on fire right now. Man, look at that. 1,500 votes in the poll. 81% of you guys are using a Topstep trade combine. That's pretty damn good. Much appreciated.
Nice. Think of the money you're saving.
Right. So, okay, we got a speaker in about 12 minutes. Keep an eye on that. And I don't think we have any more numbers coming up. So we'll see how this trade unfolds. Those where Michael is working on technical difficulties. He will be back with us shortly to carve up this market and make tons of money.
Yeah, I thought he ditched us. I thought he was like,
I'm out. You guys got it from here.
Out. You guys are out of your minds.
In that screen, I couldn't tell he was frozen at first, but then it was awfully quiet too. So I was kind of wondering where he had gone.
That's the biggest hint.
That's the awfully quiet part. The awfully quiet part was the tell. Like, why hasn't he said anything about all these combines? I'm like, something's up.
So we'll try and get MP back in here, but in the meantime, Hogue, don't you dare do that to me.
I'm not frozen. I'm just
that was
Don't do that to me.
That was pretty good though.
I'll be like, all right, everybody, let's rock and roll. No one's around. Let's do this.
Let's read the paper.
Yeah. You guys want to see some trades? No one's watching. Let's do this.
All right. I'd say the odds are pretty good that the low of the day is going to be the lower extreme of the initial balance because this thing ain't done yet.
NASDAQ trying to take a little leg higher here. So you don't like me looking at the 5-minute, huh, Johnny?
If I have to.
But for
NASDAQ
me,
or S&P?
S&Ps, not NASDAQ. No.
We can put up the S&Ps now. It's just you and I.
Yes, we can.
Thursday is S&P day.
Thursday is S&P day. Hint, hint.
Here's your 5. Ooh.
Yeah. So that's what I've been looking at, this rally.
So like Anne Marie was saying earlier, I mean, she was looking for a move, an opposite move back to resistance. Where do you see resistance here, Andre?
We're coming up to it, aren't we?
NASDAQ just took out the high of the initial balance. Let's see if it maintains price above it.
Okay.
NASDAQ, the S&P has not yet taken out the high of the initial balance. It's right here, that bar. Right up against that 200 session moving average on the 5-minute chart. Sorry. I'm liking a little bit higher for potential resistance.
Yeah, boy, what a V-shape, man. It's just dead bounce off that.
Yeah, that was
unbelievable. If only we knew at the time.
Overnight inventory, man, can be a powerful tool.
Makes sense. That's when you say overnight inventory, you're essentially, and I'm sure you're going to talk about this Wednesday in your group, your session. But essentially, it's supply and demand is what you mean by that, correct?
Well, overnight inventory is the positioning of traders that are trading overnight.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So we know that the market opened up here. Well, all night long, price overall just kept moving lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
There's no volume overnight. There's no major players. That's short time frame pea shooters like me.
Right.
So they're getting shorter and shorter as the night goes on. And they're looking for what? They're looking for continuation to the downside. The minute that stopped, if you noticed, the market turned, and this is all just those overnight shorts jumping over each other, trying to get out before they lose all their money. So because then they won't be able to buy their kids the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip.
That's right. So they're scrambling to get out, essentially. Like you said, they're
jumping over each other.
So overnights are looking for a continuation to the day session, didn't get it. So then they started panicking, and then everyone starts trying to
Right. And this
nice
did
call,
happen.
Man.
This started basically right after 9 o'clock, right after 9 o'clock when the business inventories and housing market index came out. Now, those weren't expected to be very impactful.
No.
Is this part of that, or is this simply an overnight inventory adjustment?
That is a spot on call. All right, everyone better tune in on Wednesday. You're just going to get the goods for free. That's good stuff. All right, S&P's taking another leg higher. NASDAQ following. Maybe S&P's are the leader right now. Son of a B.
No, I want to get back to the 30-minute chart here.
Yeah, for sure. That's your bread and butter.
Here's that 7 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock. That's the open. That high is 44.0675. 44.0675.
Yeah.
That is where the market opened and the shorts began to pile in.
Damn.
Okay, guys. You know what we're going to do right now?
What's that?
We're going to take a little coffee break, and I'll send a new link, and we'll see if we can get MP in there.
Okay.
We'll be right back in a few, everyone, so don't you worry. We are working on a prize for hitting 35K subscribers, which we did, and we'll get to that too, so stick around. We'll be back in just a few.
And we'll miss you.
And we're back.
And
Oh, there you are.
I got lost. I got lost in the spider web called the internet.
Well, at least you're back.
Matrix. All over the place.
Sure, you just
like
want to
Leo or Neo going backwards on some stuff. No, restart, did all that stuff. So, we're good, I think. I did. No, let's see.
Hey, so when you jumped, right before you jumped off, Michael, the poll question was, are you in a Topstep trading combine currently?
Yep.
Over 1,500 votes, over 80% said yes.
All right, let's get you guys funded. Yeah.
Now we're talking, dog. Now we're talking.
Nobody here should be over trading. That's the first thing. Everybody here should be practicing patience. Everybody here should be focusing on a high probability trade. But I can just reset really quickly. No, don't reset. We don't want that. We want you to get funded. We want you to grow and become a better trader. So then Mick can give you guys a call up. Those guys in the risk managing department tap on your shoulder, give you a call up and say, hey, trading so well, you're now a professional trader.
You know what I like to see is if somebody's like struggling in the account, instead of hitting reset, digging their way out. Yes. I think it makes you a much better trader, but you have to dig your way out with your process and your strategy. You can't just hit a 5 lot and get lucky. You got to work your way out of it.
That is good advice.
Like a boxer in the corner, you got to work your way out of it.
Hey, speaking of boxer, that Jake or John or whatever.
I actually watched that.
Did he win?
The Paul brother did win. Yes.
He is actually a good boxer.
He's on something, man. They showed him do those. I mean, he's jacked, man. I didn't know he looks like that. Something's up. He's getting something.
I thought they had a big beef about steroids.
I'm not. You said it, not me. But something's going on, man. I mean, it's like
I've read that on ESPN, so I think we can talk about it.
All right, that's all you. Yeah, he looked. I was impressed. I'm like, damn.
He beat, and that was a professional boxer, right? Or no? Who's the other guy?
He handpicks his competition strategically.
Him and his brother are one of the most followers on YouTube.
We should try to get him on.
Yeah. Let's try.
Well, his brother, who was in the ring after, got in a little bit of hot water because it seemed that he was doing some nose steroids.
Oh,
in the ring?
Or wiping away the remnants.
No steroids. Oh, I get it.
I mean, those guys already have enough energy, man.
Rich man's Dristan.
Rich man's Tristan. We used to call
the devil's dandruff.
Devil's dandruff, yeah.
All right. So what are we doing here, guys?
Hey, Jarrett. Jarrett grew up on a farm. Where at, Jarrett? I grew up in Nebraska. At 50-50, 58% longs on the S&P. Those longs got paid. It's a great job. I mean, I'm assuming a majority of those that are trading right now with open positions are in the trading combine or XFA.
I'm thinking here, guys.
What's the levels up here again, John? At the 2-handle, 15-2 what?
You were gone. We were on the S&Ps, but hang on a second here.
Johnny Carson was from Nebraska. Just about an hour.
So back to the 30 here. So if we're looking for the high from last night, from
hold on, John. It's getting a little smoky, but I definitely need. It's getting smoky. So
I thought I saw that.
We had somebody doing the booger sugar. Now we got somebody doing bongs.
Yeah, bong reps. That's what it is.
The devil's lettuce.
Yeah, the devil's lettuce. That's what they call the devil's lettuce. The devil's dandruff, the devil's lettuce. As you're in the devil's kitchen. Oh,
wacky tobacco.
Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell.
We're chilling out right now.
DC.
Well, your levels, I mean, the overnight high, we're a long way from it, Michael, in the NASDAQ. The overnight high, 15,306.50. But I think I think we've pretty much reconciled all the overnight inventory. And it's got me thinking about looking for an opportunity for a short here in the S&Ps. I'm not sure where and when, but we'll see.
Yep.
Whoa. Okay, so I haven't really got a winner yet so far.
Same. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I'm pissed.
I haven't let the frustrated emotion join my.
I had the tiger by the tail, and I just took it to kind of.
You didn't catch all the moves, John.
Which is no reason to get out of a trade. That we talked about possibility of going all the way back up to settlement. We had the long. We should have just sat with it, but. How many times have I learned that lesson? How many times have all of us learned that lesson?
Right? I was just gonna. Yep.
Pull back to the 2-handle.
I know. I want to pull back too.
You are correct, sir. You're all on a pullback.
37s. 30 handle pullback. Took a little while to get this pullback. Took a little while for this one. Hey, well, we got a lot of news that James, some of you shared in the channel. Share this stuff into here when we can. I know we had what was it? I guess that was early in the morning. James Harden, you shared some good articles, but if you guys got other breaking news, please share. If anything's happening that affects the market, there's a 100 lot down here at 99.5. They played it yesterday. They got in there. It's on the bid. 99.5. 15,199.5.
15,199.
Barkin is speaking now. There's a couple of things that are noted that he has said. If recession arrives, it's possible it could be milder than other recent downturns. The path for inflation is not yet clear, but sees clear progress. I am still seeing confirmation that the economy is slowing. And bad news is good news, right?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. So retail sales number much higher than expected. That means people have money and they're spending it.
Yes.
Are they?
And then what's his name?
Barkin.
Yeah. It's saying the economy is actually a little worse, right?
That's what I need.
Starting to
I need
slow.
Lacey to start barking, then we can sell.
Barking.
Lacey, go bark at somebody.
That 100 lot get filled, Michael? Or
No, it's down at the 99s, right underneath the 2-handle.
Okay. Paper seems to be winning so far this week.
Paper.
When that 150 lot that got filled yesterday, that was a winner.
Yes, they got
Paper usually does.
Nailed it yesterday.
Don't fight paper.
No.
Don't fight paper. Learn from it. That's why I'm sharing it.
Lean on it. That's what we were taught. Lean on paper.
You can't lean on it here in the NASDAQ. There's zero to lean on. But, yeah, it's going to go through it typically. But, yes, lean on it as a level is not a bad idea. Yes, paper does equal big money. Correct.
Yep.
Well, in the pit, if there was a 500 lot behind you at even, you sold 90s 100 times.
Yep.
because you knew you were going to. There was a pretty good chance you were going to only lose 1 tick per contract.
Lean.
Because if people started going for it and you buy 100, the broker's he's going to give you 100. Sometimes you might miss it if you're really slow, but you've got to be peaked to do that. So leaning on paper in the pit was one thing. It's hard to do on screen because it'll get taken out or canceled before you even get the chance to pick it off.
Yes, it will. But it is good to know where it's at. So that's always what I'm going to share. So that's why sometimes getting the depth of market is good, but I wouldn't say it matters too much. For
sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. Like everything else in trading, right? Maybe we should get a book map and look at that from time to time because that's a really good order flow tool.
Yeah.
We also got a bug news, Michael.
A bug news?
Yeah, Tyson Foods is joining the bug protein craze.
What's a bug protein craze?
Ew.
Oh.
They want us to eat bugs.
Yeah, they want to see bugs.
Oh, there's nothing wrong. I think that's actually pretty okay.
They say there's something to it. Well, not they say. They've been doing it for thousands of years, but yeah.
Yeah, I did in Cambodia. I ate some bugs. I also, big dog lover, but the restaurant served dogs. So I swear to God, I wanted one in Rome. It was, my mom was so mad at me. I had a dog too. But it was on the menu. It's a special. They bring it in from the countryside in Cambodia.
Yeah, it's Anthony Bourdain would be proud of you to eat the local fare.
And he's still a shocker to this day. I was a big fan, and then did not know he was wrestling that hard.
I enjoyed his book, Kitchen Confidential.
Yep,
that's what started it all, right?
Yep. Don't eat the fish don't eat the fish special on a Monday.
Right. Right.
Don't eat that fish.
Or sushi.
Yep.
The 99's not there. He's not there. Nothing until 50-50. Until.
Yep.
Man. Trading on screen is hard, you know. In front of God and everybody.
We're doing it, man. We're doing great at this.
I was looking at a short, above the initial balance in the S&Ps, and I said, I didn't take it, and now look at it.
Well, I think trading live for me is beneficial because I don't overtrade.
Oh, definitely don't have to worry about overtrading on the screen. No,
I'm under trading.
Yeah, I'm gun shy sometimes, man.
I have nothing until it's getting a little.
I will beat this. I will get back to my strategy and fearless trading. I will beat this. I will do this, and I am determined to be the trader
more powerful
that I am.
Possibly.
That makes sense.
Fear's always been like a two-edged sword for me. It is my weakness, but it is also my greatest strength. I just don't like, So that's why, like yesterday, being really, I started getting, even though I traded. Hold on, I'm gonna get longer here.
Yeah, I'm fine. I want to get long.
Yeah, I'll just pull back. I'm just
pull back, right?
Pull back. So I'm long right now.
Yeah, me too.
You can flip to my screen. 96.75, 196, 15.196.
Got to tell you guys, not a fan for the long term.
No shit.
That's just me. You do you.
This is short term.
God, I hate that. You do you. I can't believe I just said that.
Well, I use the line all the time, to each its own.
Uh-huh.
That's better than you do you.
Yeah, I know. You do use like,
Michael, you're long.
Yeah.
I got
a drink.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm so confused.
I know. It's a little upside. I'm fading you now, MP. Ghost, let's do it. I'm totally okay with that. It's a win-win for me, Ghost. You get funded. You get paid. I lose money. That's kind of a scratch, but it's good for you and your trading journey. What'd you get in, Ghost?
90. Oh, not trying to be.
Yeah, what'd you get in?
90 half, Michael.
90 half. Oh, from S&P guy?
Yeah.
Brett,
You give me a scratch on the day. I will get out of this, and then I'll get my psyche back.
You get your swagger back.
Yeah, I'm out. Okay, scratch on the day. That's how I ended. That's how I did yesterday after the show. But I still like everything about opportunity today. But yesterday is after show. I scratched pretty much. I was down $110. And I'm like, okay. I didn't know if I was going to pull a red Post-it note or a blue, and I was going to go half and half, and then set up. And then I took it and went straight to the blue, put it down, and called it a day. But that was good long.
I covered. I should have. I was going to go out. I let it run.
That was a good long.
Yeah, it was.
Gentlemen, I got to step away for 1 minute. I'm just going to mute, and I'm only going to be gone for a minute. I'll be right back. Don't do anything without me.
Patrick, you got the 240 push. You got the 240 push to the upside. So I
got that push.
Patrick, you have a 35 handle upside move.
Is that Patrick Whelan?
25. Patrick Whelan, yeah.
What a legend.
Oh, Florida guy.
Still running. Yeah, I'm out. Quick one, though. I'll take it. Dip a toe in the water trade, right?
That was today your first trade?
That was my
Hey,
first
switch
trade.
to my screen, guys.
I want to get long on the freaking bottom there. What do you got on your screen?
Patrick, when are we going skiing? That's the question.
He was talking about a celebrity boxing match earlier.
Yeah. Oh, Patrick was talking about celebrity boxing? Who you boxing, Patrick? I know I know a controversial guy out there. I like stirring pots is fun. Set it up, celebrity boxing. I am not setting shit up.
Do not. Absolutely not.
We'll find a different promoter. Patrick, I knew you work out a lot. Do you box? I know when I was boxing at, I don't know, title boxing or whatever that was.
Sorry, J-Trades. Sorry, man. He cracks me up.
I like your 40s call still, and I'm going to get in.
What's the 40s call?
Could call it a little early.
What's
the
it
240s that Patrick? The 240s that Patrick was trading, but Ghost, your fade still would be okay because I don't know if you. I was down at the evens, so it's not like you would have taken that much heat on that trade.
Chris, I am out. Yes, I am out. I think Michael's out too. We both had winners. Quick one.
I know. I'm back in.
Oh, he's back in. Hello.
I'm just on a small one, guy. 240 in trouble now. Damn it, Patrick. Now you got me second guessing things.
Stay strong, Michael. Stay strong.
I don't need a second guessing. I'm out.
No. They got the chat buzzing with this fight thing.
Oh yeah, who would be okay? Throw it out there. Not a poll, definitely not a poll.
Not a poll.
Who, Patrick? Who would you go toe to toe with? This is fun, guys. Come on, we're all in the trading industry. Who would you? You could say me. I don't know, Patrick. I did a couple boxing sessions. You're more of an MMA guy, I would assume. I get my ass kicked.
I can't watch.
Yes, 100,000%. And I like Ross. It's just, I just think, I mean, I'm not gonna stereotype people in fish shirt being boxers. They don't really go hand in hand.
You wouldn't think, would you?
No.
I don't know, man. It's starting to smell smoky in here. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Is it getting smoky?
It's just me. I don't know.
That would be Nutty Bar. Blind versus me, blindfolded heavy.
Johnny's back.
His community's a little tough. They beat me up a little bit. I don't see why people spend so much time like trolling and whatnot.
MP versus Andre? Oh man.
Oh, come on, guys. One hand behind my back.
Oh, come on.
Game on.
Come on. Uh-oh. I think I saw something.
I want to see Eddie and Hogue. Eddie and Hogue. Hey, by the way, and this is, we said it yesterday, I think 78% of people Topstep, and I'm talking to our team because we have a big Topstep company-wide one every time a year we do where we all meet in Vegas because we're all remote. There's like a lot of us, and we're all remote. The Topstep team, and we all fly out of Vegas on Friday. And I wanted to keep a bunch of TopstepTV, a bunch of Topstep trader guys, and then invite everybody in the community. Plus Patrick, your community, everybody in Vegas. We're staying at the Caesars. We have like quite a few rooms there, and then we're talking to Caesars right now about being able to have an event where we have a bar next to the casino floor. The only reason why, not to be like go gamble like crazy, because I don't even like gambling because I trade, and that's enough risk management for me. So we're looking at putting that together, like a Topstep Futures Trader Expo. That'd be dope. I think
that'd be dope.
We wouldn't have like a bunch of like we'd have other people like Patrick and YouTubers and whatnot. Maybe we do like a Barstool things where we put them in a ring. God, that'd be fun.
That would be hilarious, man.
That would be hilarious.
I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. I got guys that do my fighting for me.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're a boss.
We'd have a chip management. We'd have a chip manager who manages their chips the best. Maybe Topstep flips you a whatever chip, and then flip it to so many folks. Put them on a table together. Craps table. Craps table feels like you're trading. 7-yo-11.
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 That's what I do when I'm at the craps table. 7-yo-11, and everybody's like looking at you. I'm like, dude, just like don't be a stick in the mud. Like Joe Torre. Joe Torre I played right next to him 3 weeks ago.
Wasn't feeling it, huh?
No, he had his hat down like this.
Was it a Yankees hat? Was it a Tell me.
No, it was a Miami hat. It said Miami. Just Miami.
That'd be hilarious if it was a Yankees hat. Like you could do a better job trying to be conspicuous.
No, it said Maui.
Oh, just a generic ass like tourist shop.
Generic ass Maui. You bought it at the gift shop at the airport. Nice one, Joe. John Hamm I played craps with craps roulette with John Hamm and his wife. The Wynn has like celebrities that stay at it all. And then Sugar Ray Leonard was there coming out of the elevator. Also, U2 just had opened that weekend, so
I had
Sphere, dude. That Sphere looks sick.
Oh, Tori versus Diana in a boxing match?
No, we're not.
Serious?
I had the chance to play craps with Anthony Akitas and Flea.
Whoa.
At the Hard Rock Casino in Vegas. I walked in and I looked right at Anthony Kiedis. He was probably 20 feet from me. And I double took. I went like, and I looked at him again and he like ran away.
Yeah.
Like,
he's like, got me.
But then we caught up with him at the craps table and had some fun.
That's cool.
I got my ass kicked, but it was fun anyway.
Yeah, you're paying for entertainment. That's what Vegas ended up trying to sell everybody. Nah, man, don't come here to win. You're paying for entertainment.
Well, I won last time I was there with you.
You did.
You did.
You hit Sir's birthday, his daughter's birthday. I hit Poppy's birthday, my daughter's birthday, twice.
I hit Michael Jordan's number twice.
You always play Jordan's number.
Got to, man. Got to.
You do the fadeaway like Jordan.
When I hit it.
Famously good gambler, Michael Jordan.
Depends who you ask.
Let's look at his lifetime balance.
I don't know if he pays them all off, pays off all the debts, but yeah.
Well, guys.
Uh-oh.
You ready to have some fun?
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's do it.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Uh-oh.
My goodness.
Let's do it.
Oh,
all right.
Snap. Hello.
Okay, if you brought a friend, you can't. And those that didn't bring a friend, can't do it. Honor system. Friend, TopstepTV said, bring a friend, you get a friend.
Let's go.
Or you get a free combine, and they get a free combine. This is honor system. Don't cheat it. You're the one who's going to have to sleep on it. You're going to have to sleep on that.
It's actually $1, and I'll explain why.
$1.
$1, the usual amount.
That is I keep $1 here, John, just so I can play that game with you. Oh, here it is. When they do this.
It's $1.
$1 bet. I do $1 bets with my wife. Okay, I'll bet
Why
you.
$1? Because she's gonna tell you why $1.
I mean, it's a B right. It's called being right.
Yeah.
All right, so there it is. If you brought a friend, you get one. If your friend is here, they get one. If you brought a friend, you get one. If your friend is here, they get one. Or text your friend right now and say, hey, TV Fire 50.
You get a combine, and you get a
Honor
combine.
system. Yeah, exactly. Honor system, guys.
That'd be cool.
Be cool. Be cool.
S&Ps might looking to be ticking a little higher. Keep an eye on that. Oh, damn.
Patrick, you brought 2,000 friends.
2,000 friends? That's a lot of friends.
I thought you could only count your good friends in one hand, but you could have 2,000 friends.
2,000.
I know you got.
2,000
I know,
acquaintances.
Patrick, you got a bazillion followers, so that's says all the social channels, which is great. Remember in the very first day when MySpace and then like Facebook came out and everybody was like, "Oh my God, Zuckerberg or whomever that dude was on MySpace."
Yeah,
you're like friend, and you're like, "I have a friend."
Yeah.
It was like, come on, dude. After a while, they're like, hold on, these aren't really our friends.
As always, website.
Brought a cousin. Hey, yeah,
We've done this drill before. We know.
the Diddy T brought his cousin. Hell yeah. You and your cousin get one.
Zuck was in our top 5. That was
Scott,
hilarious.
if you invited a friend and nobody showed up, you get one. AF web design, 98 cents. You got to find two pennies. 2 pennies. I don't even know why they make them anymore.
So
it costs more to make them than what they're worth or something like that.
You got to be a rapper that comes out called 2 pennies.
Well, 50 cents as close as we got.
No,
Yeah.
50 cents is as low as we got right there. And he got way more than 50 cents when he sold vitamin water.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So why is it $1?
explain this really quick. It's $1 50K combines up to 3,500 is the cap. The reason for $1 is that in our system we cannot give free combines with certain payment providers. I believe like PayPal. So to make it fair for everyone, it's got to be $1.
And it's just the first month.
Yes.
Get yourself in the game. You're in the game. Your friend is in the game. You're in the game. Your friend is in the game. Honor system. Honor system. Okay.
Yes. Let me read the official statement I have to read here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for inviting your friends to subscribe. We appreciate you helping bring great people to our community. We have to make one minor change today to our giveaway. This code is good for one 50K trading combine the first month at $1. We have to charge this small amount so we can ensure PayPal transactions will go through.
There you go. PayPal rule. Site crash. Page stuck. Jack is a buzzkill. Hunter, you have $1 sitting somewhere.
Hunter, you missed the bongs.
I want to get long here, John. Is there any reason to get long?
It's getting messy right now.
I've missed the short a couple of times.
Yeah, when I want to get long and I'm looking for a trade, I should just wait. And this is what I do. I practice it and I do it for the move to just extend a little bit further than where I wanted to just get long.
The S&Ps we got within 2 ticks of the day session high.
Yep. it was such a cheap short, and I wasn't paying attention, and now it's gotten away. Hey, John,
I gotta pay attention.
When you say cheap trade, you're talking about a quick in and out, right? Like, what do you mean when you say cheap trade? Cheap short, cheap long. You buy like cheap
If
prices?
I think that the day session high is going to hold,
Gotcha.
and price gets within a point or two of it, well, my risk is only 2, 3, 4 points, and if it remains the high and turns around, what's 2 to 1 on that? That's 8 points.
I gotcha.
That's really reasonable and probable if the high of the day stays.
Gotcha.
So a cheap trade is anything that's low risk.
Small risk, tight stop,
Trades
cheap
I've
risk.
ever made have been solely because they were just low risk.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, and everybody, if you're having a little site issues, we have 3,500 we're giving out. There's like 2,700 people here, so technically y'all can get one. Now, that's not the name of the game, though. Anybody here? Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to ask, and you're going to either lie to me or be straight to me. Issue with the card. Summit. Did you invite a friend? Got to use PayPal. working with PayPal. Floppy, did you invite a friend? Question. Come on, we're all trading together. Got mine. Yellow. Tape, did you invite a friend?
Oh,
I got it. Dylan, did you invite a friend? No. Gear, I didn't see you say you did it, so you're in the clear. Yes, Hussein said he did.
Well, we had one person say.
Oh, yes, I did. All right, cool. Incarcerated.
thank you, everyone. That's very cool.
Yeah, guys, you guys are badass. Hell yes. Now you have something to talk to your friend about. I don't even think I'd be friends with Andre if he didn't trade.
Wow. Wow. Oh, wow.
I mean, we've had one thing in common.
That's pretty much it. It's pretty much true. That's how we met.
Well, I would think that there's a couple other things like whiskey.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The skiing thing helps.
Skiing.
Helps.
Yeah.
Both dated the same girl at the same time. That one helps.
Easy. Come on, man. This is trading, dude.
I feel like I'm just like the dork you guys hang around with just to be nice to me.
Nope.
How did I meet you, Andre? I met you. I met your buddy because your buddy's always on the trading floor, and then him and I would take the 151 bus home from the Board of Trade all the way to Lincoln Park, which is dope.
Yep.
And then your Brad Pitt,
whiskey.
he looked like Brad Pitt. Michael Horn, love you, buddy. Good cat. And then I'd come over. He'd invite me over, not Andre. And then Andre'd always be studying. His head in the laptop, studying shit.
Yep.
Was trading it like we all were at that time. We're all in our late 20s, mid 20s, late 20s.
Yeah, very
in it, all in it. Board of Trade, prop firms, all that, like hardcore, full time. All we did, eat, sleep, and drink. Then I found out he's a trader, and then
we were neighbors. We're neighbors across the street from each other.
Yeah, we were neighbors right across the street from each other.
Yep, it's kind of how it all.
You guys lived in the building. It was like 14 floors that had all like the attractive.
I think it was a dump on the inside. Nice on the outside.
The outside looked beautiful. On the inside, it was just like, oh my god, claustrophobic.
1960s. But yeah,
I was in Lincoln Park on Wrightwood Street. I lived on 454 West Wrightwood. One block, two blocks away.
That's a nice neighborhood.
It is a nice neighborhood.
Right,
yeah, Johnny, you would think so, right? You'd think so, okay? Yeah. I bought that place in 2007. Sure, it's on the highs, right before the financial crisis. I bought it for $305. I was trading. I paid it out off in cash. It was phenomenal. I had my biggest bill as like a cell phone bill. Paid it off, and that was in 07. I sold it in like 2019, something like. No, I sold it in 2021, something
Danielle
like that.
thinks Elk is the best neighborhood.
Yeah, it's 15 years later. I lost money on it. John, I lost money on it. I sold it I sold it for $319, but I had put 25 into it.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes sometimes you do that, you don't get that money back.
Yeah, I got my midnight value out of it though, so hey. It was a very fun night, and everybody always stopped there. So like, you're in your late 20s. It was very fun. And in Lincoln Park, everybody had just graduated from college. Now everybody
served its purpose. It served its
purpose.
Leave it at that. All right, back to the markets. What kind of trades you looking at making? Anything?
What do we got? 56% longs right now, so it's really nothing.
S&P's ticking higher.
Still hasn't taken out that high.
That condo is something else.
I mean, look for opportunities at higher levels for this short.
Fire drill. It's still there, guys. Still have an opportunity.
Yeah, it's still open.
Jack, what time are we running this till?
No, it's till the 3,500 hits.
3,500. Okay, there's no time. Gotcha.
Or 11.
Well, we got the 35. Until it's all gone. So there's no time.
Well, there are both. It's an either or, right?
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Either we get to 3,500 first, or we get to 1145 first.
Yeah, let's put the details on that one in.
Nice. The code works. Just be patient. Come on now. You know how this works.
The markets are sideways. You guys aren't missing anything. We have anything in the news? We have anything happening that's interesting to talk about? Is there anything out there? Because the market here's a 100 lot. Here's a 100 lot. 20 quarter. It was down
That's
at 20,
higher. Shit.
but it just ripped up 39s. As quickly as that 100 lot came in,
It ran away.
So right back to settlement, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'll be damned. Look at that. Just gotta be patient.
Yep.
remember we said that's a long ways to go?
We sure did.
Yeah, right.
Should have faded that.
And yesterday's point of control is the next visual target, which is 4406.
Storm, if you already have a combine, did you invite a friend? If you invite a friend, then your friend gets one.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find a trading buddy. I think I go back to what I was talking about with Andre. Him and I just started. Then we met through a friend. Oh wow, this is another big pullback. These moves are getting a little whippy here.
Yeah, it stops above 4,400 in the S&Ps. That's what it looks like.
I think I'm going to take this graphic down. It's the info for the code is pinned in the YouTube chat, so you should be able to see it.
Cool.
Man, it's nothing setting up for me.
Nothing right now. Oh shit, not that. It's all right. We're patient. We're patient. Hold the line. Hold the line. Come on.
Basically, stay patient, right? MP, what's up? Patrick, what's up? 240, man. I know. You would not have had to take too much heat when we were talking around about down by the two evens, 15 200s. So now you'd have about 30. There's your 30 handles. There's your 35 handles. Boom, you're going to get your 40s. I'm already cheerleading your position on, so I shouldn't do that. I hate when people cheerlead my position on.
Are you in a position, Michael?
Oh, no, sorry. Patrick, I think Patrick might have a position on. I don't know.
Patak's itching. I can sense he's itching right now.
I am itching. 67% of S&Ps are long.
Yeah, for sure.
We haven't got a huge. The only time we got a huge deal is when they got paid. Remember that?
That's right.
Longs. Andre, look what I found in Fresh Pack.
What you got? Oh, the thinking cap.
The thinking cap. Chill. It's the only thing I'll chill.
So yeah, we got D is here. Hi D, it's good to see you. She says she's got S&P supply up at 44.19, which is weekly kickoff high.
What was it?
Yes, I'm looking at that.
44.19.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, yes, yeah.
Man, these levels, these weekly kickoff numbers, man. We got something cooking here in the Topstep lab. I'll tell you that.
Keep an eye on this. Hey, right now, I put a poll out there real quick. Who is long below 15,200 in the NASDAQ? Who's long below 15,200 in the NASDAQ? Who is long between or below 15,200 in the NASDAQ?
I wish I was.
You might, according to everything else, have a tiger by the tail.
Yep. That's what Johnny was saying.
That's what Johnny
by the tail.
Yeah.
All right, we're ticking now. Here we go.
Let's put a poll in there, guys. 15,200. Who's long from below that? There you go. Thank you. I'm going to say no.
Wish I could be, but I'm a no, unfortunately.
I'm a no.
I'm a no. Lots of no's. Look at the minority of folks. They are. Maybe another tell.
I want to sell the S&P so bad.
I want to get long, John, on a pullback. This is where I'm like, I'm glad there's so much indecision here from everybody. 70% of people are not long under 200. 29% are.
That makes sense. Right?
Yeah, that's a little.
That's a lot more than I would think, actually. 30% are still long. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I love that there's a small percentage of folks. I mean, yeah, it kind of makes sense.
They're letting the winners ride.
Yep. Tough position to hold on to for me. I couldn't see it. Clearly, 30% of the other traders could.
And we're going.
There's your 40s. There you go, Patrick. Nice call. Nice.
Boy, what a reversal. What a reversal. When did that start?
You're getting a little heavy long on the tilt. NASDAQ and S&P, 63%. That's nothing.
Okay. What is something, Michael? What is a good number when you start seeing it actually is a little too heavy one way or another? What's the number percentage wise?
Historically, in my experience, above 75%.
75 is heavy.
I mean, 80 is really heavy. But then it's like, sometimes the whole 80% of those folks get paid.
All right.
A big rally. It's usually big. Anything when it goes 80% like that is a big move, either with them or against them.
Cool. Good stuff. All right. You got anything coming out? It's 4,400 number. I don't know if it has any significance other than it's a nice fat round number at this point. We've been through it both ways.
That was last week's weekly kickoff high was 4,400.
Yeah.
But it's used up. It got run through so many times last week that it wasn't very useful. Not like the NASDAQ one.
Oh, I can't see a thing.
Yeah, but all the trades been coming in. I mean, maybe we're not on the air, but I think the theme is that we've been patient into the afternoon. Some of these trade setups are coming in the afternoon. Hey, we're here trading, open to close. Maybe we're not on TV all day, but that doesn't mean we're not trading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have other programming to deliver. Watching us trade for 6 hours straight, we don't know if that's the most exciting thing, but yeah, we are definitely still trading. We're here with you. We're all in this together.
We're all in this together. Isn't that a song?
Deanna could write.
I think
High School Musical. That's what that's from. We're all in this together. I don't remember now.
I already got a little bit of a pullback off those 40 somethings where we're just up at. High School Musical. Trellit says, yeah, that you're right. Storm, the credit card issue will be fixed when it's fixed by the credit card company.
James is going to sing it for us. Excellent.
Yo, Patak said, "What's up there?"
Well, I mean, I'm not moving my entire tech team. My entire it's just getting overloaded.
It's funny to hear you clap back every now and then.
They're working on some big stuff. Big stuff. Big. Quite possibly bigger than one step.
Oh, damn. That is big then.
The only reason I know that song is because I had kids that were that age when that came out, High School Musical.
Half 0.5 step? Patrick wants to know. That would be something, huh?
0.5 step. Yeah, here's just a funded account. No. Show us you can trade. You got to show us you can trade. I'm not having the company back people just to be
showing they could trade. We have the top 5 P&Ls from yesterday in the XFA if you want to see them.
Sick.
Technically, I want to see the fund level, Jack. You guys know that one.
We'll do that as well. We're working with Jeremy right now to get the dashboard to find those things. But for now, this is still pretty good.
Damn, man. Putting up numbers, man.
Man.
That's how you do it. Good job.
Balance since they started right there?
This is P&L since yesterday.
Wow.
Updating the graphics, but this is yesterday's P&L.
Wow.
That confused me so hard with these things. 5 XFA funded accounts. This is from yesterday.
Yes, that's when we have the information from.
Yes.
So I came out to explain this one. So.
Yes, no, that's fine. Thank you guys for this. Great days from these guys.
Keep trading.
Laya, Abdullah, Damian, Jason, and Check.
Check. Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry if it's ripping up your name there. But nice job, guys. Nice job, traders.
Does that mean yesterday you put it up? Or
Yep.
Okay.
5-figure days are always good days.
Those are yesterday's top 5 P&Ls.
Yes.
I get confused every time you do this, guys. That's my feedback.
Nice days.
Those are very good days.
We got shoulder tap today, by the way.
Yeah.
I believe we do. And when Mick comes in, I'm going to step out and get ready for the interview, the power player interview at 11.
That works. I think our audience and viewers really like the shoulder tap segment. I know I do. Get a real good insight. And to see what our risk manager is looking at, checking out, and the do's and don'ts of our live traders.
And the best
Cherry
mustache in the business.
Yeah.
That's right. It's the plumbing.
Fingers, I'm not mad. I wanted to get into some trades today, and so far, yeah.
In the trade, we got you. We got you.
I'm just digesting patience right now.
Yes, we are.
Very hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
I will wear my emotions on my sleeves, and then I have stream of consciousness. That's why I like trading with John and Eddie and Andre, because we talk things out. And when you hear them get frustrated, then you talk to, hey, what's the matter? And okay, that helps. It helps. So jittery, that helps too. Why are you so mad? I'm not mad. Just becoming impatient.
Oh, shit.
Gino, yeah, it does help a lot.
What up, Gino?
Those that can't talk out their emotions, it does. You bottle them up.
You bottle them up, man.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts.
It hurts. Yeah.
I'm always down for a good cry. No crying in trading.
There's no crying in trading.
I've seen it. I've definitely seen it before. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh God, yeah, I've seen people cry in trading. I've cried in trading.
You have?
Yeah.
See, that maybe I just process it differently. I just go isolation. He's free. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. London closing.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. 10:30. All right. I took a short here. I can't take it anymore. I'm short 44.01. I got just a tight stop on it. If this doesn't fly, I'll go home. I take my ball. Cry.
Remember yesterday's like that big sell-off that happened? It's kind of was like I think everybody was looking for some trade, and then the market did a little whip, like got everybody flushed out yesterday afternoon.
Agree. When you see these pauses in the sideways trade, it kind of a setup is coming. I would say it just ran out of steam, so the moves should be coming.
Right on settlement in the S&P, sitting here right on settlement, like pulled us all the way up to their settlement. Nasdaq's not even close to settlement.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't like this anymore. I'm just going to get out of this and wait for something later on.
Quick back.
I don't know.
All right, right before Mick gets on, sorry to do this just for the moment, Jack. I got to step away for 2 minutes, if that's okay. 2 minutes.
Alrighty.
2 minutes. I'll be back for Mick, I promise.
Still in this, but I'm just going to let it play.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I guess
Go take a break right now.
Cool.
I'm just going to let it play, Michael, and we'll see what happens. The risk is minimal.
Okay, tell us why you got into it.
Oh, why do I do anything?
You always have reasons. You're good at that.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit short of where I was thinking the market was likely to go as far as the upside is concerned. I was looking at the start here and the point of control from yesterday. And that was really kind of the target. I was kind of looking for an opportunity. And then weekly kickoff high, Deanna, agrees that's a supply area, so that should be tough to get through. And we've got this gap above that we've yet been able to get through.
Okay.
But it's relatively cheap. The high of the day so far is 475. I'm short of that on my stop, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Just because it's the extreme. No, we're starting to leave single TPOs. I don't like it.
I just got long because the 100 lot came in at 38. I just saw them.
Yeah.
I don't know if
so you're long now.
So I'm long. It's going to be very light and tight.
Right. I mean, if this hits the stop, I'm basically break even on the day, so I'm not going to cry about it, but still getting used to the idea of trading in front of God and everybody, so we'll see.
Yeah.
MP versus Hogue boxing. If I could catch him, I'd hurt him.
Yeah, if he could catch me with one, I'm down. I'm long. John, you're short?
Yeah. Okay. Not for long.
Not for long either. And the only reason why I really came in here, because that 100 lot keeps playing, and it has been right this week. But I'm not going to take too much. I'll take like 10 handles heat on this tops.
I'm not taking a lot on this either. We'll see what happens.
Well, 38s.
God is always watching, Taurus Trader. Absolutely. All right, let's get this stop hit before I got to go.
Guys, put my price in there on my position. 38.75.
You're gonna win.
Oh, you're rooting on my trade, and
well, one of us has to. All right, that's it. I'm out. All right, you guys are gonna get into. You guys are gonna get into a shoulder tap here pretty soon, so I will pop out and I will be doing the interview this afternoon with John, and we'll look forward to seeing everybody there. See, there's that point of control we just got to. All right.
I just got out for a 30 handle. No.
Nice.
20 handle profit.
What I missed?
Nice. You missed me front running the 100 lot that came in the NASDAQ.
Nice.
Showed itself. I think it got filled at the 38s. I got it long 38.75, and then it just popped. This 100 lot person has been trading really well.
That's called reading order flow.
See you guys in a while.
All right, good job, Johnny. See you later.
All right, so I'm up. That feels good.
Nice.
Up small.
Same.
That feels okay. 65% getting long biased to the long side of NASDAQ and S&P.
Okay.
Mac, no, I said I'm long from 238s. 238s. And I'm sharing my screen. I don't know. I don't know. Carrier pigeon. I don't know.
Sorry.
We're all doing great. You guys, nobody take offense to me. A little on edge today.
4400s. We've breached it. I'm gonna stay above.
I get on edge when I don't see there's no opportunities today, and I'm like came in here being like, okay, yesterday was great. Let's come in here again. That's why switching gears is so damn important. If I wasn't on TopstepTV, I'd be overtraded right now. 1,000%.
Yeah. Yes, same.
1,000%.
It's easy to click bang when no one's watching over your shoulder, except for the risk manager. But
Mick will give me a call.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I think we
guys want to bring Mick in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of the risk manager, shit.
Oh God. This is where I get my scolding.
Get him, Mick. All right, we're creeping here. Here we go.
What's up,
Hello,
Mick?
Mick?
Hey, What am I scolding you for? You're up money on the day.
That's what
And
I'm
the
saying.
week. And the week.
That's right.
What's up, Mick?
No, Mick, you don't scold me. You're straight shooter 100% with me. You always have.
Well, scolding is maybe not the best way
That's
to,
right. No.
get through to somebody.
No.
Mm-mm.
You
And I've been watching you trade for a long time, so I get a pretty good idea of, your habits, what you do, what you're capable of on the winning side, and then where your weaknesses are, with certain things, because you've got them. Every trader's got some weaknesses. And
you help me get in front of them before they become ugly, which I got to thank you. And that's what Mick's going to talk about, all the traders that he talks to as well. He usually talks about the live ones. These are the not the dead ones, but the live ones. All at the funded trader level, we have express funded account folks, which are on SIM, but they're funded on SIM, and they can get paid out on SIM because we deem your data valuable enough that we're willing to pay you a portion of your simulated profits as real money. And then you start kicking real ass. Then Mick goes, that guy, that girl, pull them up, whatever their balance is in that account, we're going to start them with at their prop account. They're a professional trader. They're trading prop firm capital at that moment. And then Mick's pulled up some great people, Mick and Brett, and then the others that run the data. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the compliment. Yes. So I've got a couple people I want to talk about today that did get called up to a live accounts. We're pulling them up to the majors. And then probably my most exciting thing to share is with one of the traders that we did call up earlier on a couple weeks ago and what they're doing in the live account today. One thing I want to go back to before I dive into our traders and how they're doing today is, talking when I mentioned something about weaknesses. I know when Michael and I talk about some things that maybe he could be doing a little bit differently, after those conversations, things are really good and he sticks to it. Then, over a period of time, maybe emotions or market scenarios, unfold and change things. And Michael, like many other traders, may fall back into, a little bit of a bad habit, and then you talk about it, and then you're good for a long period of time. And that's really normal. We talk about discipline a lot. Discipline's one of the most difficult things with trading, and people do deviate from their discipline. They deviate from their plan and what they should be doing. But, if you're someone that can have a conversation like that, talk about what you did wrong, what you could do differently next time, as long as you're able to carry that for a good chunk of time in trading sessions, that's okay. If you fall back into maybe a bad habit or something, just have that conversation again. So You don't have to be perfect all the time, but as long as you're talking about it, working to make some adjustments, you're going to be in good shape, because we're all human here, myself, Andre, Michael included.
Yeah, Mick, nothing on the tilt, Paul. They're it's 55% shorts. So they're a little bit heavy shorts. So yeah, Mick, when we have those conversations, this is the great part about it. Guys, you can have these conversations with Mick once you hit the funded level, once you put up some a balance, and then he sees, or his team sees, things in your trading that are either looking like it's going the really bad direction. They'll try to step in. He's done it to me before. Don't get me wrong. When he makes that call or that text to me, right away I'm like, all right.
Yep.
And I know, so it's not scolding, so I use the wrong word, but I know I need to be talked to. I listen. Sometimes I have been short with you, Mick. I'm like, yep, got it. Yep.
Yeah.
And then after that, you digest. You're like, no, he's right. And then the next day, you go back to. I go back to trading 101. I don't size up. I don't push it. And I go back to getting back on base, like baseball. If you keep striking out, keep striking out. What do they say? The best way to break a cold streak is just to get on base. The best way to break a cold streak is just to have a W. It could be a
slump buster.
Slump buster.
That's something you're really good at. When you take a little bit of a licking, or you have a couple bad days. Michael's very good about scaling down his size. He goes from trading anywhere up to 15 contracts. I would say, what we talked about it the other week, average, contract sizing for you is about 6 contracts, but you'll go to 10, 15. But then if you have a rough week in the markets, I really respect this about Michael is he goes back and he does one lots. And the only time you see him increase his size after going through a period of time like that with his trading is when it's in his favor, and he's adding to winners. You know, he's got the odds on his side, market's going in his favor, and that's when he's adding. He's not cannonballing, adding to losing traders, but that's a difficult thing, and it shows a mature trader because psychologically, one thing you want to do is if you have a bad week where you're down 10,000 on the week, it's only natural to want to make that back. And how can you make that back? You slap on big size. It is a big no-no. That's how you dig yourself in a bigger hole.
Yeah, that's how you kill a
Michael does it well, and I'm always proud when I see that kind of trading out of you.
Teamwork. Tell me who's making the dream work over on your end of it.
All right, so we got a few people. I meant everybody's human, but I want to call out Alejandro because his trading is a little superhuman over the last handful of days in his Express funded account. If we could pull up the second card I sent in for Alejandro, trading out of California.
Yeah, Mick, we'll bring that up in 1 second. We're having some glitches in the back end. So if you can stop for 1 more minute, I will get Alejandro.
I've got some content to fill the quiet time while we're looking for that card. Just let me know when we get it up. But in the meantime, I will jump right ahead to, actually, before I go there, I mentioned yesterday morning it was a bloody day in the markets for our funded traders. Today, we are getting payback, and payback is sweet.
Nice.
Seen a lot of people that had rough days yesterday. Up big numbers today. We've got Way, one of our Express funded account traders. He had a down day yesterday. He's trade copying in 2 Express funded accounts. Between those 2 accounts, he's up over $25,000 in the NASDAQ this morning. So really excited to see him turn it around. And actually, this is one of the traders who we're going to be calling him up to a live account today. He's had some very big swings. He's a home run hitter. Because he had got his account balance to a pretty sizable amount, we actually reached out to him and asked him if he wanted to adjust his daily loss limit to a larger value because he's trading the 15 contracts. Today, between, he put up a little over 12,000 in each of those Express funded accounts. They trade copying between today's P&L payout he's taken previously. He actually reached that cap that we have in the Express funded account of 50,000. So if you hit that cap, we're going to automatically transfer you over to a live account. So,
but we do it before. We do it before as well.
We absolutely do it before. We had, there's a lot of things we look at with that call up, and Way is a little bit of a wild card. We'll talk about that later. I'd like to maybe feature him tomorrow. But big losses, big wins, and he's had some nice big 5-figure winning days in that account. I think a number of them, actually, a few for each one of those accounts. So this is someone we hope that if he can manage that downside risk, that we'll be talking about, $100,000 account balance at some point in the near future in the live account. Other than that, another one of our XFA traders, Valentine, first day in the Express funded account, up a little over $11,000 today. So I just love seeing that when someone gets it, big winning day out of the gates. It's Tuesday. It's your first day in the account. You're well ahead on the week. We've got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's make sure that we're preserving the capital that we earned today, especially coming into the Friday. It's your job now to ensure that you're up a good, healthy amount on the week, regardless of what happens tomorrow and Thursday. We always talk about here, I think everybody at Topstep, on the trading side of things, is in the camp of Fridays are preserving any capital that you have already on the week.
Yep.
So a couple other shout outs. Xavier up 9,800 trading NASDAQ in the Express funded account. And then Jose up 6,200 in the Express funded account. We've got another trader who has been on our radar, Pradeep, who is up $6,600 in their Express funded account. They're just under $24,000, and we've watched them very closely in previous Express funded accounts, but this Express funded account, they're always on. They always happen to be on our radar, and because they've been doing that well in this current account, Michael, we on the risk team want to transfer them over, and I'd love for you to be the one to say on live TV, call them up.
What am I saying? You're called up? Because this is something you always say. What do you say in your line?
Something along those lines. Yeah, I could have probably told you about this earlier before I came on, but we're going to call him up. We want to call him up, but I wanted you to just give him some recognition for the good trading.
Brett's back there looking. He's very excited to be calling him up. Hey, Brett, what's happening? Hey, this is awesome, Mick. When you call people up on this broadcast, it's very exciting because those traders usually put a lot of work in. You guys have usually done your research on them. Think about this guys from a minor leagues like the Yankees have a scouts out there looking for the best athlete that's catching that's hitting ball, seeing the ball, pitching the ball, however you guys want to see it. Mick and Brett and team scour through stuff, and they either call them up early or get them at the 50K mark. But Mick, I'm excited. What's this trader's name?
Trader is Pradeep.
Pradeep, if you're listening or if you're tuning in later, because we'll be on YouTube. Pradeep, hell of a job. Mick,
Nice, Pradeep.
We'll probably have to drop the link to the YouTube TV to make sure when we do give him the call up email to let him know he can check that out.
Yeah.
Tune in to 10:45 a.m. Central Time.
There you go.
Mick, real quick, I just want to let you know the cards are ready for those traders that you wanted to touch on. So whenever you're ready, jump on in.
Okay. Thanks, Andre. I was just going to ask about that. Let's pick up where we left off. I talked about everybody's, a human, but what I've seen out of Alejandro, and you'll see it on this card, superhuman trading. Alejandro out of California.
Nice.
Average daily P&L $6,000. 100% winning days.
Damn.
This was only after 5 days in the account. We had looked at not only this performance in his express funded account, but his history at Topstep, what he's done with his accounts, and it just seemed like a very good fit. We called him up yesterday. We'd like to see him continue doing what he's doing in his live account with the rest of the group at the prop firm.
Hell yeah. Alejandro, hell yeah.
Yeah, and what I'll say to Alejandro, if you're watching, and I want him to take a payout. We're transferring over a little under 27,000. He hasn't taken any payouts. Granted, yesterday was only his 5th winning day. Whether or not he had 5 winning days or had taken a payout previously from his express funded account, just as a reminder, all the viewers out there, if you're a funded trader trading in an express funded account, once we transfer you to a live account, regardless of how many days you have towards your payout, towards the payout policy, you do get to take up to 50% of your account during that transition period, even if you took a payout one day before. And you don't.
Why hasn't Alejandro taken a payout? Or because guys, we are very always highly recommending payouts to all of our traders because we don't want to keep that money in the account, or we want to pay you out for your hard work if it's for your data for your XFA. So these are all things that at the funded level, funded traders take those payouts when you hit it. So Alejandro's taking it. Why on that one? The second question is, what type of size did they put up?
Alejandro's trading up to 15 contracts. Okay. Again, what I like out of Alejandro, though, is it's not always 15 contracts. I mentioned Hugh, one of our traders who's been in the live account that's pulled out over $80,000 from the market. He's the guy that got his account balance up over $100,000 last week, took a $50,000 payout. I come in the morning and we're on different time frames, so he's usually in the market when I come in and sit down at the desk, but I'll see him with 1 lots on, 2 lots on, and that's really something that traders should be thinking about, is just because I can trade X amount of contracts doesn't mean I need to. So really happy for Alejandro here. There was one other thing I wanted to mention about him. On the payouts, it's escaping me. I apologize for that, so I don't want to have some dead air right now. But really happy for Alejandro. And this is what I was gonna say about the payouts that Michael said. So important for a number of reasons. We're all here to put money in our pockets. Money in your trading account is not money in your pocket that you can use towards things in life. That's number one. Number two, and this is almost maybe not most important, but equally important, is once you start getting in the habit of putting money in your pockets, taking it out of your trading account and paying yourself, it changes your mentality to where that big $26,000 balance on the computer screen, that number on the computer screen, is not just a number on the computer screen.
So you materialize it.
That's
to
right.
materialize it. It's tangible. That's something that I had a very big problem with early on trading. When I was trading, I'd have big winning days. I saw my account balance growing. Then I would have big losing days. And I just, after a big winning day, and I know a lot of people fall into this trap, it's, well, now I have that much more to risk. Now I can trade bigger. Now I can risk that much more. And, for a while there, you take 10 steps forward and 10 steps back, and you're just really treading water and not reaping any of the benefits of your good trades. So something to keep in mind. That's probably the one thing I like most about payouts, other than being able to have cash to use for what I need cash for.
Right.
Let's talk about Jason G, because we'll finish up with Kyle, because that's my exciting share for the day. Jason G.
Is Kyle the one that you brought up recently?
Kyle was brought up a couple weeks ago.
Okay. All right, we'll get
got some juicy stuff to share about his live account today, and also some learning experiences, because he hasn't been doing everything great, but today's been great. Before we get to him, though, we'll talk about Jason. Jason's another guy that we called up from the live account. Called up from the Express Funded account to a live account. I think many of you viewers out there who see these trading cards for the XFA to live call ups are seeing that the winning days percentage on the traders we're calling up, very high percent winning days in their Express Funded accounts. Upper 70s, lower 80s,
Wow.
90, even 100 in some cases. We've had some really good streaks out of these traders in the XFAs. Jason's one of these guys. This is kind of what I'm noticing is our benchmark. Not benchmark, but it's the result of their performance and who's getting called up. 83% winning days. I would say that's kind of the average of what I'm just eyeballing for traders that get called up. Jason is gonna be 20,000 in payouts. Yeah, that's right. Jason is a good example of someone who's paying themselves. They're getting 20,000 in payouts. And they're going to be starting in this live account with 22,000 if they don't request another payout from that amount right there.
Nice.
That's right. This guy's trading in 2 XFAs, trade copying. So this is the accumulation of both of those live accounts. I was a little thrown off there looking at those numbers, but those are accurate. So
Daniel, you're out of Columbus, I guess. You say Jason G hit you up. We're big fans here of finding trading buddies. Is that what you guys did? If you're still listening, put in here how you and Jason G connected. I'm pretty curious how you do that, because we're all about connecting. We need links to get into Discord to share you guys. We have a trading buddy room in Discord. Links to go on there. This week's all about trading with a friend. Bringing a friend to TopstepTV. They get a free trading combine. So do you. Sounds like Jason G doesn't even need one. But sounds like you guys just linked up as trading buddies. Mick's my trading buddy. Andre's my trading buddy. Everybody who's been on here is my trading buddy. It's very good to get one. I'm stressing this because Daniel, thanks for bringing in here that you got connected with him. I would like to connect you. Okay, so. You haven't yet. Okay, but you're out of Columbus. Got it. Okay, share a link to our Discord, and the chat room's called Trading Buddies. We need to be doing this consistently to get people to connect with each other. And the best way to do that is to find each other, not in YouTube TV. We're going to send you guys over to our community, our Discord community. There's thousands of folks over there, and there's a channel called or room called Trading Buddies. So go in there, and you should get help from an ambassador in there. Nathan, if you're paying attention, hopefully your team is ready. But that's the Discord. There you go. Thank you. And then you guys can go over there and find a trading buddy in the Trading Buddy channel. So go check that out.
Yeah, very important. The more you can talk to smart people that know what they're doing and know what they're doing well, the better off you're going to be. You don't need to follow everything that they do or listen to everything that they do, but like anything else in life, listen and learn from the people that may or may not may be smarter than you, and take a little bit of what you can from different people out there. Formulate your own opinion, your own trading stance. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Michael, because it is important. Trading from home can be a little bit lonely. Trading from an office all alone. So camaraderie and bouncing ideas off of people to give you the thumbs up or the thumbs down, or be a little skeptical or question what you are thinking and make you frame out your thought process. It's always a good practice or exercise to frame out what you're doing and have to answer to somebody, really, instead of just, playing around on the mouse, throwing spaghetti at the wall.
Oh, yeah.
With that, last but not least, Kyle. Let's get his card up. Kyle's one of our live traders. And
Lamont.
Don't be deceived by the P&L or the low percent winning days. This is not all that uncommon from traders, and especially traders who are swinging for the fences. I encourage Kyle to stop swinging for the fences. However, I've got to give him a big shout out for being up 28 grand on the day today in his live account. He's early on in his live account. He's coming off a 4-day losing streak where he butted up his daily loss limit. Earlier in the day, he had brought his account. He started in the live account with about, if I recall correctly, about 32, 33 grand. He had dipped well below that. Earlier this morning, when he was up a smaller amount, he got it back to where he started, and now he's well ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
These are not uncommon statistics for someone who's looking for home runs and swinging for the fences. The losing days are probably going to be a little bit more regular. The bigger your size, the more your back is up against the wall. The smaller you trade, the more flexibility you have. And we just got to accept that there's some people out there that do this, but they might not be right most of the time, but when they are right, damn, they peg it. And that's exactly what Kyle did today. So, there's some room for improvement there, but super happy for him, especially him being one of our funded traders. We really like seeing people do well, especially when it comes to taking money out of the live market.
I think you did well, Mick, and your team pulling Kyle up. You can get a little bit of a jitters or whatever. Maybe it wasn't jitters. Maybe it just caught him at a few losing day streak. But then the fact that you got a trader that turned it around and put it up higher than what they started when they hit the account, that is a good call up, Mick. Hell of a job.
Thank you. It feels good, and we're proud. Just like with your trading, we with the call-ups, we try and have a consistent, smart process. Most of the time it pans out. Some of the time it doesn't. It hurts when it doesn't. But we know if we take a consistent approach, just like if you take a consistent approach in trading, over a period of time, everything's going to look good overall.
Yep. Awesome. All right, Mick, thank you. Is that everybody?
That's everybody for today, boys.
You're awesome. Well, that's it for me as well today. I know we're going to head into
Power players. Yep. I believe to everyone, I believe the code has been exhausted. So thanks again for everyone using that up. Check in tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe not. We really appreciate everyone tuning in. I will not be here for Fast Markets tomorrow. Deanna will be filling in for me. So for all you Deanna fans, I'm sure you'll be happy to see her talk her expertise on crude and other markets alike. But Michael, that was a lot of fun. I actually got long, so I'm hoping this little pullback can get a nice little entry in there. But
during these conversations, there was a 100 lot that came in there, and I got the 66s, but then I'm like, I'm good with my day. 64s is what I covered. So I'm ending the broadcast up 365, which is a winning day. So I'll be adding that next to yesterday's 2100, 2200. So I'm feeling good. I mean, you know what makes me feel good about this? Like, this isn't my only gig, and I'm putting the thing money down, and I can still bring back my trade. My wife goes, how are you trading? I go, I'm trading pretty well for working with everybody on running Topstep and all the things that we're doing outside of trading.
Sure.
Because you have to shift your brain, you know how you have to shift your thought, I won't be thinking about trading and know right after I get up to this, I got meetings and whatnot. So
cool.
All those, and basically I'm trying to relate to everybody who has a second day job or another thing that they have to turn their focus to. Say it's watching the kids, say it is your primary income. It's totally doable. Just got to be patient. Just got to keep jabbing away. Don't hit those don't look for the home runs. They will come. They'll present themselves. Exactly. So, Andre, good times with you.
Yeah. I'll see you again. I don't know, Thursday, maybe Friday. I don't know. I think you're out Thursday. But yes, good session.
We're going to Punta Mia on Thursday. We have fall break. I don't really want to travel, but my wife.
Don't boo-hoo-hoo.
No, yes, no.
I got you. Anyways, on that note, good session.
I want to be in the markets, is what I'm saying. So
I hear
a lot of people here can relate to that. I'll be out of the markets, but I'm definitely going to be tuning out. Tuning out when I say I'm just going to go off the grid for a little bit.
That's good. That's good. All right, everyone. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We got power players coming up and more fun stuff happening tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll keep sharing my screen here, and if I put a position on, you guys will see it. Everybody have a good one, and trade well, and always trade for tomorrow. It's a big thing to always learn. Hopefully, everybody with a free comment, bring a friend, and if you brought a friend, even again tomorrow or whatever day, we're going to have to get up to like 40,000 subscriptions or whatever they deem it tomorrow. Maybe it's 3,750. We move in 2,500 clips, and then we'll trigger another fire drill. So you got to do things, scratch backs here. So cheers, everybody. Trade smart, always trade for tomorrow. I'm out.
Later, guys.
All right, welcome everybody to Power Players segment today. It's 11 o'clock or just after here in Chicago. My name is John, and with me I have John Watkins. It's great to have you with us today, John. How are you feeling? What's going on?
Thanks for having me on. Feeling good. It's a good day. Good trading this morning. Nice little rally.
Oops, hang on one second here. Yeah, that's quite the rally, wasn't it? I tried to jump in front of it once or twice. But now we're up at a kind of a key level here, this 44.19 area. So kind of keeping an eye on that. And okay. Welcome. Glad that you're here. You are just going to kind of go over your bio that I have here. You and I have never met, and it's a pleasure to have you with us. Looking forward to having a really cool interview today. You are a full-time trader and educator who specializes in options and futures trading. Like all of us, after years of trial and error, you launched Full-Time Trader Pro, which is an education and coaching company that you're working with hundreds of traders to help them grow their knowledge and hone their trading management skills. you and I come from kind of the same spot where we are right now, right? So you're operating full-time trader-focused service that provides education and mentorship. This channel is used by our experienced traders to give you updates on current state of the market, as well as educational resources for people seeking more knowledge on trading the stock market. So you're a stock trader too, right?
Yeah, I'll trade equities. I focus on options and futures, but I throw shares at the mix sometimes, depending.
Okay. And where do you live, John?
I live in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. We were just talking about that. I don't know if you heard it. I'm thinking about putting together some sort of a Topstep summit in Las Vegas, sunny Las Vegas, at some point here. And we'll be glad to see you there. As far as futures are concerned, what products are you trading?
I pretty much stick to the NASDAQ and the S&P futures, ES and NQ. I've dabbled in like crude oil and natural gas commodities, but I just, because I trade options, I kind of just focus on the indexes because I can do futures on the indexes and then I can trade the SPY, the triple Q, SPX, etc. So I'll kind of I day trade futures and my options. I'll still day trade them, but I kind of focus more on swings and like spreads and positions I don't have to like actively manage as much. And then like I'll hone in on futures and like use that to day trade.
There's some longer time frame trading.
Yeah.
Got it. So as far as futures are concerned, trading the S&P and the NASDAQ, can you tell us a little bit about the trading style, the tools that you're using, and any hints you can give us on being successful?
Yeah, sure. So I focus a lot on like supply and demand, and I've been getting really into like order flow lately. So like watching Bookmap, looking at that. I think order flow is like, I think it's everything now. I think that's like the main thing. The market is an auction place. So where people are buying and selling matters more than things like your moving averages and like indicators. I think those are all like secondary to that. So I started out
certainly lagging, right?
Yeah, they're lagging. And especially if you can see order blocks and see where the players are going to come in and like defend their longs, defend their shorts, you can kind of get a feel for the direction or where certain areas will come in. Like right now, the NASDAQ and ES are kind of at these supply zones and we've had this rally. So at this point, I would be kind of looking for it to maybe have some pullbacks and kind of like stop its bullish action. But I started out scalping, which I'll still scalp sometimes, but I'm still trying to go for like a minimum of like 10 to 15 points.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you, define scalping. Are we talking just a few ticks or a few points?
Oh, no, I started out like a few points, a few ticks. And this was, I have an interesting story with Topstep because I started with you guys back in 2021 and end of 2020. And I know you guys were doing a lot of changes back then. And SIM obviously isn't always accurate and the auto break even and all that. But I used to go for big trades, but I used to do a lot of like 2-3 point scalps. That was especially in the beginning. And it's one of those things that it works when it works. And then when it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't. And then you really get humbled when you go into the live market because it's just, you scalp on SIM and you pass, we pass the top step and then you go to the live and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, and it's one thing and on live it's another, isn't it?
It's so true. The fills are way different than SIM. So you have to, it's tough because you have to change your trading style once you're live. So you learn how to do it a certain way. And then once you go to live, you have to like change it up. It's better to just have your style that works on both or have a style that's like more scalable, and going for 2 points and smaller profit targets just isn't it. And then, as you know, the more trades you put on, the more risk that you are putting out. If your goal is to make $200 and you can do that in one trade, you're done. But if you're making $40, $50 a trade, you have to take several, and some of those are going to be losers. And so you're just prolonging your time in the market, and then that just adds to your risk. So as I've grown, I've focused more on trying to get larger moves, better entries, and then you have to trade less, and then a lot more success that way. Personally.
Sure. And you don't have to work as hard either. Trying to be a scalper these days is crazy because number one, the fills, and number two, you're fighting against some pretty stiff competition because most of the true scalping is done by the AFD, the algos and the HFTs. So that's some pretty stiff competition. You mentioned you're kind of talking about supply and demand and in key levels. How do you kind of find, or what is a supply area or a demand area?
So I draw them in on my charts based on the candlesticks. So it's kind of like it's very simple strategy, and you're looking for the big wicks down or the big wicks up, and I look for a consolidation candle and then find the big move up or big move down. And I try and stay in like the daily 4-hour, 1-hour time frames. Okay. And then on futures, you can get a little more granular, trying to go for the 5 minutes and kind of like based on the zone. You know, if it's a daily, and this can maybe going more into options, but if you're looking for if you're a swing trader, like I know you had Tori trades on yesterday. She's a swing trader. She just got into the daily, and the daily zones, like those are zones that you can hold typically like for swings and stuff. And then if it's like a 5-minute zone, like that's going to be more of a quick, smaller trade. But I'm looking for those big moves in price action to identify the imbalance. And then I'm trading those like the reactions. So if today we went up fast, so we have demand zones down at the bottom. When we eventually come back and retest those, that's where I'll look to buy. And then I'll use the bottom of the zones, which are essentially the wicks of the candles or the opens and close, as my stop points. Okay. So it becomes a defined risk strategy where I know my exit point, I know my stop loss, where I'm going to stop out. I don't have to guess or play with my emotions, and I can just sort of be a robot when it hits the zone, get in, and then understand that it's not 100%, but that's my edge, and that gives me my probabilistic advantage that I can have successful trades.
Okay. All right. So just kind of, the supply and demand zones, you're kind of looking for areas of previous rejection, maybe some long shadows, and using those shadows for your risk levels.
Yeah. And then I'll try and combine it with like order flow and see if there's orders waiting at those levels, and then try and find multiple reasons to get in the trade. And that's one thing I've changed to now, as far as like we're talking about scalping versus like finding quality trades. If I can't write down my trade, because I try and write down what I'm doing, especially with my options, like this is my reason for entry, I'm going to stop loss here. If I can't write that down on the futures, because futures you can trade fast because it's every second you can get in. And so if I can't kind of write down my plan, then I'm probably getting in too fast.
You're trading too much, right?
Yeah, exactly. But if I'm waiting for it to come to that area, it's a bit easier to trade it, and it allows me to get better moves and then kind of keep myself from over trading, which is probably the biggest hurdle with futures is over trading, because you can just trade every second. There's no PDT rule. And yeah, you learn that fast. You really have to have self-control with futures and patience.
So how would you suggest to somebody that you're working with, if they say, how do I know I'm over trading? What would you kind of look for, and what would you say to them?
I think the first thing is going to be like your P&L. Is it constantly going back and forth? Like, are you up 300, down 200, up 100, down 300, kind of going back and forth like that? How many trades you're taking in the day? And like we talked about, like, are you waiting for specific entries, or are you just kind of cowboy trading and going off of like look and feel? I have a good feeling about this, or it looks like it's going to do this. Like, what you really have to have a defined edge. We can talk about Vegas if you want, but it's the whole thing about being the house, and you learn this with options, is your edge is what gives you the advantage in the market. Without your edge, you don't have that advantage. You don't have that skew. And with like gambling, for example, like blackjack, or we'll look at roulette. They have the green They have the green on the black and the red. So it's 00. That gives them that small percent, and over enough spins throughout the year, I think it's like 4% is like the house advantage over the year. So as long as trades are going, as long as people are putting bets, they're gonna win.
They're gonna make money.
Minimum 4%.
Right.
So your edge gives you that advantage to have more winners and losers and have a higher probability of winning. So if you're over trading and you're finding that you're not being successful, I think you'd want to really define what your edge is. Like, what is the thing that's gonna help you make more winning trades than losing trades? And you have to really like understand it and then use it. And it can be something simple, but you definitely have to have, for me, it's like supply and demand zones, book map, order flow, and then I'll kind of use like indicators and other things as like supporting factors, but really looking at price action and trying to find my key levels, pivots and stuff. Pivot breaks where we're gonna break above fast or break above low, or my supply and demand zones.
Do you get to the casinos often?
I don't. Yeah, I don't gamble that much. I don't sports. I sports bet like football on like Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'm just never been a gambler. I grew up here, and I tell people all the time, they don't keep building new casinos because people come here and win. Yeah,
because they're giving money away, right?
Yeah. It's a very dangerous town in that, and I trade enough, so I've never been a gambler. I think that helps me with trading, so try not to have that mentality.
Gambling mentality, sure.
It seeps in sometimes, but it's part of the trading career is you learn how to manage that. But I'm just and when I do gamble, it's like $20 on like a slot machine, blackjack, or very small, and I always trying. If I'm up, I'm out. You know, if I'm just not a gambler, which. Not a bad thing.
No, that's not a bad thing, right? Now you mentioned, being right, being wrong. What about reward over risk? What kind of reward over risk are you looking for to take a trade? Because I find that's when I'm trading well, my edge tends to be that I'm looking for much bigger opportunities than the risk I have to take. Yeah,
I mean, your profit targets or your profit taking should be greater than your stop loss. Like if you have like a 10-point take profit, but you have a 5-point stop loss kind of thing, you're just setting yourself up for failure. So I've tried to now like kind of widen my stops a little bit, but widen my take profits too.
Sure.
You have to have a certain amount of space you have to have with futures, because just any trading, you can try and get the best entry, but most of the time you're not going to have a perfect entry, perfect exit. Like if you get in a trade, you're going to be red.
There's nothing perfect in futures, right?
Yeah, you're going to be red for a little bit. So if your stop loss is, and I found this, if your stop loss is too tight, you're just going to get stopped out unnecessarily, and you're going to increase the amount of losses.
Die by 1,000 cuts.
Exactly. So I've tried to widen my stops and widen my take profits. And it's one thing you notice is you'll tend to hold your losers longer than your winners. Like as soon as you're up a certain amount of money, you might be tempted to take profit because your money is there. And then if you're down, you're kind of more focused on wanting to get back to profit. So you let the stop loss kind of run more. And I've seen that with myself. I've seen that with a lot of traders. And so you really have to sort of be okay. If you're going to be okay with being slightly red, you're going to be okay with being slightly green, and like give it that space and time for it to move up. Because it might, especially with like NASDAQ and EM, it'll bounce around, go down, fake stops, and then boom, it goes. And we kind of saw that today a little bit.
Don't you feel like that's almost like human nature? Like when somebody comes into futures trading or investing even, they're kind of hardwired to avoid taking losses and to take profits. I find so much, somebody puts on a trade, it goes against them, they kind of default to, well, I'll just wait. I'm going to just just wait, this will come back. I'll make money on this. They end up creating bigger losses. And then with that pain, they bring that to their next winning trade. So they just lost 500 and they're just itching to take a $50 winner. And it just doesn't work, does it?
I teach this a lot to like the traders I work with, but it's from the psychology standpoint. We're so conditioned to take losses in life from a young age and be okay with it. For example, and if I tell people, have you ever been down like $50 and you're like, I'm just gonna like take the loss. I don't want to see red. And then afterwards the trade goes green and you're kind of like, okay, why did I stop out of that? I didn't even need to do that. You know, everything we buy depreciates. We buy a new phone for $1,000 and then the next year we trade it in for a $300 credit. We buy another $1,000 phone.
Right.
Xboxes, computers, cars, everything that we buy just depreciates. So we're just so used to taking losses in life and like losing money on things. And so I think that kind of transfers into trading where taking losses, you're so used to taking losses, but you don't have to do that. And that's just part of becoming a trader. And there's a good book I can recommend. I don't know if you've heard of it, by Mark Douglas. It's called Trading in the Zone. And the Disciplined Trader, he wrote it in the 80s, and he kind of breaks all those paradigms and talks about that situation of...
Got it right here.
There it is, yeah. The Disciplined Trader.
Disciplined Trader, right?
Yeah. Probabilities and taking trades. One thing that I used to do, especially with options, is you'd get in a trade, and then it would go red, and then as soon as it went back to break even, you would get out for break even, and then it goes in your favor.
Right.
And kind of what he talks about is you're so convinced in your own mind that your entry is perfect, and you don't expect it to be going against you.
To come back, right.
When it does go against you, you kind of freak out, and then when it goes back to break even, you get out, and it's kind of like, take that, market. You didn't cut me.
Right.
I got out for break even.
Right.
I didn't lose.
You're not going to get me.
Yeah, and then it goes in your favor, and then those are maddening trades. And then what happens is the next trade you're red, you go, oh, well, I'm gonna hold it, or it goes back to break even. I'm just gonna hold it, and you're not really thinking in terms of what the market information is giving you. You're just focused on the emotional aspect of it, of winning versus losing, and not like, what is my edge? What is my probability? What is my risk? Being okay with the trade losing or winning. You have to really. That's what he talks about in the book, is really letting go of winning and losing and just focusing on probabilities and your edge and focusing on that so you can make good trades. It's tough. That's the trader's journey. Learning, I tell people all the time, learning how to trade, like the numbers and the indicators, that's the easy part. The tough part is learning yourself.
Oh, so many lessons to learn. So many lessons we seem to learn over and over again, right?
And yeah, and a lot of times you have to learn them many times before you finally get it. And constantly changing routines, and like I said, like try and write my trades down and like really kind of know why I'm getting in the trade. I think tracking trades is important, so you can look back and see what you did, look at your decision making, and look at the reasons why your trades were successful and why they were unsuccessful. Really sort of unpack and get to the bottom of what some traders, everyone's different. I know guys that could put $20,000 trades on and like not break a sweat.
Right.
And then there's traders that got $200 on and they're like freaking out at their computer.
Right.
And they're down $5. Everyone's risk profile is different. You have to sort of look at what you're comfortable with and go off of that and then build off of that.
How does a trader expand that risk appetite? You know, I mean, if you're gonna be a successful and profitable futures trader, you're going to have to get your head wrapped around taking some big profits at some point, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be okay with taking losses. It's just, I think it begins with scaling yourself and like finding a winning strategy and proving to yourself that you can continue that, and then just slowly increasing it. It might be with micros. For me, like I started with micros, but it was just too tiny of a profit. I'm just like, I just wanted to get to the minis. So I kind of just like forced myself to get comfortable with minis, but never using more than one lot. And you just kind of have to slowly increase your size and increase what you're willing to be okay with. But like I said, that comes with losses. That comes with being bigger or having like bigger swings in your positions. Especially, and I think you guys are talking about like your biggest win is always followed by like your biggest loss.
Yeah, we were just talking about that with Tori yesterday.
And that's the thing. It's like if you have a big win, you really have to just come back the next day and trade the same. And you have to be okay if you're making if you're going for $100 a day, you're okay with losing 100. But if you're going for 1,000, you gotta be okay with losing 1,000.
Right.
And you have to just really wrap your head around that. And I think you just build that muscle over time. The more money you make, the more comfortable you kind of get with your bigger swings. You just have to be very self-aware of what you're doing and slowly increase it. So it's just part of the trader's journey. It's everyone's different. It depends. People, if you make 10,000 in futures and then you go and put $10,000 in a futures account and start trading with a bunch, you're buying a product. It's just like if you bought $10,000 worth of Apple stock.
Right.
It's no different than buying a $10,000 car or $10,000 watch or something. It's how often do you actually in your life buy $10,000 products, $2,000 products? You don't every day. And so now you're going to come into the market and start blowing thousands of dollars. You're still buying something. I mean, if you buy Apple stock, you're a shareholder. It's no different than buying a used car. You now own that used car. So people come in the market and they think they don't understand that you're still kind of viewing it the same way. So if you're not spending thousands of dollars every day on stuff, you shouldn't be doing it in the market. You should really work your way up to doing that. Otherwise, you're not going to know how to manage it, because once you're down more than you're used to, especially if you're newer, your decision making is going to change, no matter what your plan was at the beginning of the day.
Right. Now, you mentioned, just to kind of switch gears maybe just a little bit here. You mentioned that you write down every trade you take.
I try to. I go against that sometimes.
Right.
But
it's hard to stick to, right?
Yeah. Lately, I've been trying to write it down, or at least jot down, kind of like, looking for the 300 level short supply zone. Just kind of know what I'm looking for, and then what my stop loss is, what my take profit is.
And is there anything in that, we would call that a journal, right? Is there anything in that journal that you're adding about the feelings about the trades? Right when you get in, is it a confident trade? Is it a lack of confidence? Is it an A, a B, a C, a D trade? Do you keep any accountability for that?
I have in the past. It's something I would say I need to do a little more concrete. That's something I will ponder. You kind of ponder it in your head, or like think about it later in the day or after the trade.
Sure.
But I would say I've done it in the past, and it's good to, because that's really where you're like understanding a trade. And if it's a trade that you were in for longer, you got to know what your emotions were, why you got in, if it was a quality trade, or if it was like it wasn't that good of an entry, but you got lucky. You kind of got out with the skin in your back. Those are things you might want to look at, and that's just also the nature of trading. I mean, how many times have you been almost stopped out by a couple ticks, or you get stopped out and it goes like one tick below your stop out and then goes the other way. And those become maddening. And I get really precise. The traders in my community always laugh at me, because I can't tell you how many times I'll have like a buy at like 15,250 on the NASDAQ sitting there, and then it goes to like 15,250.25 and never fills me, and then goes up 50 points. And it happens so much. They laugh at me, and I'm like, I missed me again. That happens all the time. I try and put it like a few ticks or a point above where I want to buy, to try and catch it. But it gets maddening. But those things are all, you have to write them down, and you really need to be unpacking your trading, especially if you're somebody who is trying to figure it out, wanting to figure it out, trying to grow. You really have to like take it seriously. It's like studying. It's like college. If you really want to become a doctor, you gotta know biology front and back.
Right.
If you want to know how to be a trader, you gotta know your trades front and back, how the market spits out information, what your edge is. You have to like define all these things if you
and
want
how you absorb that information, right?
Yeah.
What about the end of the day? What do you do? Do you kind of review each trade, kind of think your way through them, or do you just say, all right, I'm done, and you walk away and do all your work in the morning?
I tend to do my work in the morning. I will kind of like reflect on my trades throughout the day. I usually, like, once the market is done, I kind of like to get away from the market for the rest of the day, kind of live my life, clear my head.
There you go.
Then I kind of come back in the morning and kind of get my level set up. I'm always watching the market throughout the evening and the day. I mean,
Sure.
on my phone, every time I open up my phone, what are futures doing? How much are we up? How much are we down? And I might have swings on and stuff, but I tend to sort of, once the market is done, I like to get away from the market. And I think it's good to, especially even on the weekends, take some time away from the market and live your life. That's the point, and kind of like refresh yourself, because you can kind of like get, what's the word? Fatigue.
Totally absorbed.
Yeah, you can get fatigued after a certain time. So I try and get away from it. But after I'm always thinking about the trade after the trade, I guess you could say.
Sure.
So it's fresh in your mind. But
Right.
I tend to take a break, come back the next day, and then kind of start off fresh and kind of like a clean slate, clean palette. Especially with futures, you're day trading. What happened yesterday usually doesn't affect what's going to happen today. But
Right.
in the morning, I look at what we're doing pre-market, sort of what the trend is, and then I try to. I've changed this rule a lot, but I try to like not trade in the first 30 minutes and just kind of observe and like get a feel for what the market is going to do. Because usually within the first 30 to 45 minutes, it's picked its trend. I think the NASDAQ, I remember this morning, the NASDAQ right at the open, I'm like, oh man, the NASDAQ's like bloody this morning. It's selling off. And then by 30, 40 minutes in, we're
turning around,
recovery back up. So if you just buy a short at the open on the NASDAQ and you don't close at what the low was, now you're losing profit, and the next thing you know, you're red. So I try and give it space to kind of figure out what the market's doing before I try and like figure out my bias for the day. I just want to see the trend, see how it's reacting. You can kind of get a good feel for if we're going to be slow consolidating or if there's volatility and we're going to be off to the races. So I try and give myself space to do that and kind of get it acclimated with the market so I can have a clear mind and then start taking my trades.
All right. So you mentioned getting away from trading. What do you do after you're done?
I go to the gym like 6 days a week. So I think
me too.
Yeah. So yeah, I go to the gym. I play guitar. I'm a big guitar player. So that's like the most opposite from, it's like the creative brain versus.
Are you in a band?
No, I've played in bands. I grew up playing in like my church worship band, but
cool.
Like, I made music. I have an album on like Spotify and iTunes, like a passion project.
Really?
So,
what's the name of the album?
It's called An American Canvas. So it's a lot of like, if you like John Mayer and that kind of stuff, I don't know, it's all contemporary.
And it's your name?
Yeah, John Watkins, big blues guitar player. So that's like my passion. I love that's my meditation. Is playing guitar and music, and I've been a
drummer since I was a kid, but I picked up the guitar just a little bits here and there from other guitarists, but I started taking lessons when I was about 22, 23, and I couldn't put it down until a few years ago, and it just dropped it. I just haven't been able to pick it back up again, and I was always acoustic, James Taylor, Jim Croce, that kind of stuff, and I loved it, and I got to get back to it because it is like a meditation. It just takes you away. My family misses hearing it in the house. So John, I'm gonna get back into it, and I'm not a shredder. I don't even play leads. I play pieces. I have a lot of.
It's all that doesn't matter. Yeah, you gotta get into it, especially as a trader. Just it keeps you like, it's for the soul.
Mm-hmm.
Be like centered.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick it up today. All my pads are gone, and I'm always on an acoustic guitar, so I got to get those healthy pads back up.
Takes like a week. It hurts, but I got the calluses. I mean, mine are like just always on.
Yeah,
I do electric and acoustic, and every day I probably pick up my guitar every day. I've even there's times where like I pick up my guitar in a trade, and I'm like, I'm gonna force myself to give this space. I'm gonna play guitar.
Well, we actually there's a trading psychologist that we've done a lot of work with here at Topstep, Dr. Menaker, and he was, struggling, staying patient, whether he's in a trade and it's not reaching his profit target yet or waiting for alignment with a strategy, whatever it was. He decided he always wanted to play guitar. So he bought a guitar and he taught himself how to play the guitar on YouTube, just being patient, waiting for trades or waiting for, things to pan out to a profit target, whatever it was. So, it is a good design distraction even in the day.
Yep. I've used it.
Yeah. So, how has your experience been with Topstep? I know you've been with Topstep. You've been funded by Topstep. Tell us about that a little bit, and then we'll be kind of running out of time by that time. It's been a great interview, John, by the way. Thank you very much.
Oh, I love these. So, interesting arc with Topstep. I was with you guys back when I was funded like 2021, 2020, and then I left for a little bit, and I just recently came back. So I obviously have a YouTube channel where like the last year I've been like reviewing prop firms and talking about them. And you guys made like a lot of changes during 2020, 2021. I mean, some of the community weren't that happy with it back then. Everything was changing. And so I'm making these prop firm reviews and trying other firms out. And some of them, a lot of firms come on, like the newer ones, and they have favorable rules. Like people get attracted to like no news trading and like, oh, this is great. And then they change those rules later on. But some of them had like, I don't have to get into any names, but like 20 days to get your money to pay out. Like
right.
And like that is just stressful because there's like a gamification that goes on with prop firms where you're just trying to like beat the combine in the beginning.
Right.
And then once you get your first payout, then you kind of calm down and you're like, all right, got my, like, I did it. I beat the boss. I beat the game. Now I can like focus on trading. I think some people view it that way, but it's tough. And so through these reviews I'm doing, people are commenting about Topstep because you guys are always kind of the marquee name. I still feel that way. There's a lot of options out there, but Topstep, you guys are kind of like the biggest one. I think you kind of own, you're like the Mercedes or like the most well-known name of prop firms. So people are commenting, and I finally went back and looked at all the changes that you made with this year, and I was like, okay, wow. Like, and I mean, you guys have the best parameters now as terms of getting your money. You can get to your payout the fastest, which is key, because once you get your first payout, especially if it's like your first time in a prop firm, your first payout, some people may have never taken money out of the stock market and like got to be like, wow, I have this money now, I can like pay stuff with it or do whatever I want with it. Once that happens, then you can really focus on like being a sustainable trader. So I think that's a key point. You guys have you really have the best parameters now. And I think because you're such a powerhouse in the prop firm industry, you can allow that. But I've since come back and just recently got back into futures. I took a hiatus this summer. I was monitoring another trading room and it was options focused, but back on my stuff now and getting back to futures. But just got back in with Topstep, and I couldn't deny the changes that you guys made were very favorable for traders. And so I came back, and I had a tough time getting payouts from some of these other companies, but I've gotten payouts from Topstep, and that was another reason, because I'm like, these ones are a bit tougher, but Topstep I've gotten money out before, so kind of my decision to come back. And yeah, so far you guys have been really great.
Well, you've tried the rest. Now stick with the best, right? Do you think that Topstep and the rules and the accountabilities and everything have helped make you a better trader?
Yeah, I think the rules back in 2020, 2021, there's a lot of changes that went on, and we were, kind of annoyed by them because we had to constantly change what we were doing. But now with just trying to focus, like I kind of got back to the basics using Topstep because I had some more space in these other firms. So Topstep, when I got my payouts, I was doing 1 or 2 lots max. And my like risk appetite was a little less back then. And then these firms, I'm like trading with more lots, averaging in, and then it works until it doesn't. And so I've kind of got back to the basics with Topstep, where just focusing on 1 or 2 lots, there's a bit less maybe space to lose, but that means I have to be a lot more precise and accurate with my trades. And it's the same as it was like on the 50K account, for example. You know, well, now it's 1,100. It was 1,000. But at 1,100, you have to be a lot more intentional with your trades, and that keeps me from over trading. Because now I'm focusing on the right entries and trying to give it a bit more space. So I would say, I feel like the new rules, it keeps me from, I call it being a cowboy, where I'm just kind of like firing at everything, just trying to make a ton of money and pass. Yeah, it keeps me a lot more back to being a sniper, and
makes you wait for the market to come to you.
I got payouts from Topstep in the past because I was operating like a sniper, and these other firms I was struggling because I was kind of allowing myself to be a cowboy, because you think you have a lot of space until you don't.
Right.
And with futures, it can move really fast.
Yeah, so, that space gets used up pretty quick, doesn't it?
It's insane. Yeah, the futures and options, like they have their perks and their cons, but so that's why I'm trying to like kind of focus on the Topstep, because I've done it before, now I can get funded again. So I just got back to you guys, and I've been a lot more happier with my trading style, and like I said, just getting back to, I have a course and I teach people how to trade. I got away from what I taught, and I had to go back and watch my own like education videos to remind myself, like I need to be doing what I'm teaching because this is what works. And I'm over here kind of like trying to do other stuff. And prop firms can be a good way to test things out if you want to. I mean, you can still do it on sim, regular sim, but they're fantastic tools to make money and to take your personal risk out of it.
I'm so glad you said that you were getting away from your own strategy while you were trying to teach others what you were doing, because, you know, for a couple of months now, I've been trading on the screen in front of God and everybody, and it's not what I usually do, and I don't know why, and I don't know how to fix it. What do I do, John? What do I do?
Yeah, you got to get back to what when you're trading in front of other people, and I know this is you're putting trades on. You have a tendency to want to, obviously, like you want to help people and you want to put on quality trades. So I think your mindset shifts a little bit because you have like eyes on you, and so you really have to be self-aware and trade how you would trade. Maybe be okay if you take a loss in front of people. It's fine, as long as you're defining what your trade is, because anyone who is watching someone else trade should always know that nothing's 100%.
No, exactly.
And so I always try and keep it like, this is what I'm going to do, and I'll tell traders like, I'm doing this. There's a demand zone. I'm buying it here. This is my stop loss. Like, I'm going in. If we lose, we lose. You got to have that like mentality. It's tough.
So you just kind of, I don't know how I got away from it, but I mean, you know, I look for asymmetric opportunities like you, John. You know, if I'm risking 1, I want to make 4 or 3 or even 2 or 10, whatever it is. And it's been a struggle. I'm more risk averse. I'm trading less, which may not be necessarily a bad thing, but I'm having a hard time holding on to winning trades. Like, you know, I get $500 in a trade. I'm like, all right, that was a good trade, right? No.
You feel like there's a responsibility to just get the wins out so people can.
Right. So you look good.
If they're following you. Yeah, exactly.
Right? So because, I mean, I pretty much nailed the low in the S&Ps today. You know, made 600 on it, but look what it's, you know, and somebody actually asked me in the chat, oops, they said, you know, what's your what's your target? And I didn't answer because I didn't really have an answer. But I was thinking, well, settlement would be nice. How about my weekly kickoff high? That would be nice. And look exactly what happened if I would have just sat on my hands, picked up a guitar, went for a walk, ate the dog, had a ham sandwich and a glass of milk, did something. I would have had a much better outcome on that trade. So
let me ask you a question. So if you're taking your profit early because you kind of feel a responsibility to have winning trades and be successful, you can shift it. And do you think that trading that way could be a disservice to people because you're not giving them the best that they could do? And so you shift your mindset to trying to just get a win versus showing quality trades, patience, and getting that 4-1 versus that 2-1. Would that not be a better,
really cool way to think about it? But it scares me to think that I might be harming somebody. The last thing we want to do,
Yeah. You can always put like a stop profit in place
Yeah.
or something. I mean, I guess there's ways you can. It's just dicey. Stop losses on futures are tough. Stop profits because it'll go to your stop profit, stop you out, and then boom, it's back up, and you got 8-1. So that's the game of trading. But yeah. If I guess you owe it to the people that are learning from you to give them the best
to do it the best, right?
Yeah,
the best I can. Yeah. And like you said, nothing's perfect. Nothing's 100%, of course.
Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you. I didn't even think about that. Instead of showing them winning trades, show them the best of the winning trades.
Yeah.
I like
That's
that.
trading.
I like that a lot. All right. Well, John, I'm looking forward to chatting with you again. I'm hoping that everybody enjoyed this interview. I know I did. I know I got a lot out of it. Thanks, John, for your thoughts.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
And one of these days, next time I see you, you got to have your guitar ready. You got to do a little shred for us.
I can do that. I can pull it out and show you guys the skills.
That'll be great. That'll be great. So, John, again, thank you very much. Keep trading well. Keep teaching well. So, I can tell just by talking to you, your heart is in the right place. And I love that about you. So let's talk again soon.
Absolutely.
Stay in the program. And if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. Really enjoyed the opportunity to talk to you today.
Sounds good. Thanks. It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me on. Definitely have to do it again. It was a good little interview.
We'll look forward to it, John.
All right.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, John. We're going to spend a few moments now getting set up for Top Quiz. You can click the links I shared or go to kahoot.it and enter in that PIN code at the top there. In the meantime, enjoy a little smooth music while we get things set up. So enjoy. do it.
Let's do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz for today, which is Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. Alyssa is joining me. Alyssa, how's it going?
Hey, Jack. Doing pretty well. How are you?
Good. This is your first time back since we started making it 4 questions and
It is.
winners. Nice.
It is.
If this is your first time playing, there will be 4 multiple choice questions with 4 options each. You want to choose the right answer. You probably knew that. So you don't have to do it super quick anymore, because if you get 3 or 4 right, you enter a drawing for 10 free resets, which will be sent out. And today I will reveal those at the near the end of group coaching, which I go through the spreadsheets. There's a 6-second delay between YouTube and you guys in Kahoot land out there. So look at your device, not at us, because we'll be on a delay. Let's see who gets in last. This is always the favorite part. Oh, they're coming in fast and furious. Jay Dizzle. Baron. Maybe a real Baron. Who knows? Ryan M. Wef. All right. Jay Steele. Alyssa, how many think you're getting right today?
I'm feeling pretty good about 2, honestly.
2. Well, see if you get 3, because then you'll be entered for a free reset, so you can reset one of your accounts.
It sounds good.
All right. Let me check the chat here. Good. Nothing going on crazy, so we should be good to go. NoCo Dad says they're too dumb to waste their time on the quiz. I don't think they're too dumb. They're easier questions now. I have these will test both smart and dumb people, and I think the odds are too bad that if you know 1 or 2, that you can guess on a few. All right, Bray Trader, Linked Trader, a lot of traders in here. Who would have thought? Okay, I got to kill this at some point. But the good news is we do this every day. So if you don't get in today, get in tomorrow. Oh, boy. Coming in fast and furious. All right. Alyssa, are you ready to get this started?
Let's do it, Jack.
Okay. I'm going to hit start about now. I nearly hit stop sharing on the screen. I'll send a picture someday of how many screens I have open right now to do this. It's tough doing the back end stuff and being on. So here we go, Alyssa.
All right, Jack.
Best will ever. You're the last person in. Now let's Kahoot. Top quiz, Tuesday, October 17th. 3, 2, 1, go. First question. Which of these countries is the largest by area? India, Brazil, Kazakhstan, or Mexico?
Oh my God. It's too early for me for this. Is it Brazil?
It is Brazil. It is indeed Brazil. So sorry out there for those that chose something else, but you still are in it. We got 3 more questions left, and I think you're going to know a few of them. Let's see the scoreboard for bragging rights. Remember, we're randomly drawing the winners from people who get 4 or 3 right. Oh, Rude Boy. Is this a rude nonagenarian person, like a very old Rude Boy? Who knows? Spinoff, store pick, good stuff. Ready for question 2, Alyssa?
I'm ready, Jack.
All right. Question number 2. One handle in an NQ futures contract is worth how much? Is it 5, 20, 50, or $100? And if you're watching, you know what a handle is because we've talked about it.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't watching today, Jack, but thanks for calling it out. It's 50?
That would be the case in the ES future, but it is $20. So I was talking to the people in the chat, by the way. Once again,
I know.
you're a developer. You need to develop things.
It's okay.
Yeah, so lots of you knew that there because there's a lot of people trading the NQ out there, wouldn't you know it? All right. Ooh, Rude Boy's out. TKG, Pato. We got the duck in here. Jay Dizzle, Flatter, and Emiliano. All right. You are 1 for 2, Alyssa? No, 2 for 2.
I am.
No, sorry.
No, I am
1 for 2.
1 for 2. Yep.
Okay. Let's see about the next question we got going on here. Question numero tres. Soccer superstar Cristiano Ronaldo currently plays for a professional team in what country? Is it England, Spain, Saudi Arabia, or the United States?
Well, another soccer question. I will get every soccer one wrong. I'm going to go Spain.
Used to. He's in Saudi Arabia now. Do you know why he went to Saudi Arabia?
Of course not, Jack.
He went there because it was a great opportunity to play soccer in the best professional league on earth, which is in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
No, they actually paid him like hundreds of millions of dollars.
I figured.
Yeah. That's the truth. I think he knows it too. All right. Once again, for bragging rights, TKG, Nightmare, Emiliano, Ash with $signs. Okay, one left here. All right, Alyssa. So I'm checking on YouTube. Things seem to be going well. Probably a lot of people going for their third or fourth right answer here. The excitement
I'm just going for my second.
That's okay. I asked the soccer questions too to be more international. I was asking way too many questions about the Bears, and rightfully so. A lot of people from other continents were like, "Who gives an F about the Bears?" And they're right. I shouldn't. I shouldn't.
We really shouldn't.
Yeah. All right. And I want to say one more thing. Remember, if you get 3 or 4 right, we are drawing 10 random people to win resets. You don't get a reset just if you get 3 or 4 right. We had the fire drill earlier. All right. Last question. Let's let it fly. The S&P and S&P 500 stands for what? Stocks and Prices, Solomon and Parker, Stearns and Paulson, or Standard and Poor's?
Is it Stocks and Prices, Jack?
I mean, that would make sense because it is Stocks and Prices. But the answer is Standard and Poor's.
Yeah.
The agency that does it. So valiant effort, Alyssa.
It'd be like that sometimes, Jack.
I know. It does be like that for sure. Let's for bragging rights, and I cannot emphasize again, this is for bragging rights when I show the leaderboard here. They could win. They probably won't because we're drawing 10. Don't contact support and say, I won. I will let you know. Here we go. In third place, Emiliano.
All right.
In second place, Nightmare, caps and exclam point. And our winner is my good friend TKG. Once again, I cannot emphasize enough, you did not actually win yet. It's tough. Someone asked if they should all be about trading. It's tough to write questions all about trading every day. If you have suggestions, like I should start an email where you can submit these because that would help out. All right. Alyssa, thank you for joining today. Hope you had some modicum of fun.
Oh, yeah, always.
All right. In the meantime, we are going to hit a quick coffee break while I get Coach J set for group coaching. So stick around. It'll be fun. Much love, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to this edition of Group Coaching. I am Coach Jay. If you guys have not met me, I've been coaching with Topstep for about 4 months now. Originally, I was a funded trader with Topstep. I've been trading with Topstep for about 3 years now. I have about 8 years of trading experience, and I'm excited to be here with you today. I have a little bit of a topic that I did want to discuss, but I also know that traders may have questions. So if you do have any questions, feel free to send them into the chat, and I'll take care of those from there. I didn't see any emailed in questions, so we're going to go with a topic. And what I wanted to discuss today was kind of challenging what your idea of a day trader is, and where that kind of comes from. I've been, working in Discord with some of our other coaches and doing market recaps, or doing what Coach Dakota calls slow markets, where he's looking at the Asian markets and the London session, and just having kind of challenging my ideas, and it's made me a better trader in the month that we're doing so. So I kind of want to offer that challenge to everyone else. If you saw the weekly kickoff email that goes out every week, there was, yes, Joe, I am a basketball coach. Actually, basketball coach for 10 years and retiring as of this year to do more of this. But yes, I am a basketball coach. I do see the Russell Westbrook comment as well. I'm going to stop reading YouTube for now. But what I want to talk about is whether you're a beginning trader or whether this is something that you've been doing for a long time, are there ways to kind of keep trading fresh in your mind? I know sometimes when I've been going through a streak of maybe losing trades, trying to do something that challenges how I look at the markets. I'm traditionally a NASDAQ trader. Anyone who trades NASDAQ, it's a fast market. But after going through a little bit of a losing streak, I tried to, find something that I can look at the market a little differently, right? First thing I went to, which was probably a drastic change, was going from trading the NASDAQ to trading corn, and talking to Coach Jack about how he trades corn, and just viewing things from a different perspective, right? I have an idea of how I want to trade. I want to find areas to take cheap trades. I'm using supply and demand, and that kind of, we can use those strategies in any market, but looking at something that's not common to me helped me kind of strengthen my skills. And I was saying about the weekly kickoff email, I put in there, if you see my note, it's challenge yourself to look at a different market, right? So if you're a NASDAQ trader, look at corn for a couple of days, right? Maybe if corn is too slow for you, you maybe want to look at crude oil or the bonds, right? Maybe you want to trade the 10-year. There's something to gain from some of the markets that we're overlooking. Coach Paul and I actually do a session called At the Buzzer. It's a market recap that we do in Discord every day at 4 p.m. So a little shameless plug. If you want to join us in Discord, we'll talk about some markets. But what we want to do in that session is focus on markets that a lot of our traders at Topstep aren't trading, right? We know the popular ones. Everyone's trading the NASDAQ, trading ES, trading crude oil. But there's opportunities in markets that we may be overlooking. Coach Paul he trades the treasuries. So the 10-year, the 30-year, I've found trades in those markets, and I'll be honest, before talking to Coach Paul, I never even looked at them. So I would suggest to try it. If you want to understand how to trade those markets, it is a little bit different, especially if you're used to trading something faster. Join those sessions, join the sessions in Discord, listen to how people talk about them. And what I think I'll say, what Coach Paul says, what Coach Dakota, Ray, Vince, any of our coaches are going to say, we don't want you to trade like us, but you may get information that may help you in your process, right? I was using moving averages, right? The 14, 30, and 50 moving average. Coach Paul uses the 20, 50, and 200 for his 30-minute chart. So I'm just like, okay, he can find opportunity with those moving averages. Let me adjust and see if I can see it the same way. Now I take my same approach, but now I'm looking at the market in the way that Coach Paul does right now. He has different risk parameters than I do. He trades with a take profit and I don't. So I'm always going to trade like me, but I think it's good to be able to pull information from somebody else that way. So let me look at the chat just a little bit. Live easier with micros. I do think that trading in an XFA or in a live account, if you want to start off with the micros just to build in a little bit of a buffer there, Thomas, I think it's a good idea. It's, you know, you're not going to have the wild P&L swings that you have with trading minis, and it's a way to build up some confidence before you scale up in that account. And the way out, you said you're starting to trade gold and oil. I think two great markets as well. When NASDAQ's moving a little bit too fast for me, I do move to oil first. And oil has its days, right? Oil has its days where it can, you know, you can trade both sides of the market, and it's some really fast movement. But to me, it's slower than the NASDAQ, right? And if I don't see opportunity in the NASDAQ, I'm a breakout trader. I'm a trend trader, right? So if I don't see the NASDAQ trending, that probably means that money's moving in another market. So I'll look at crude oil. I think sometimes we come to trading with the idea that the market that I'm trading, I have to find an opportunity in every day. And that goes, again, to challenging what your idea is of a trader, right? Just because you're at your desk doesn't mean that you have to take a trade, right? I had to remind myself of that all the time. And sometimes the setup that I'm looking for isn't present that day. Now, if I try to force a setup, that's me being a bad trader, right? But if I just look at a different market that might be presenting a similar opportunity to fit my strategy, now I can do that, right? I can fulfill that need to place a trade every day. And the way that you said you're a momentum trader, I don't like trading oil. The manipulators kept lifting the bids or offers, and I kept losing. To that, I would say, you know, there are manipulators, if you will, in any market. At the end of the day, if we manage risk well, it doesn't matter too much what some other participants in the market might be doing. MP is long. Hopefully his trade is going well. Not able to watch that, but hopefully his trade is going well.
Yeah, it's on this screen behind you.
Okay,
so
got you.
They got it.
Is he winning?
He's winning right now.
Okay, good. Hopefully he's watching that and he can close out with a profit. I know he was patient today with taking his trade. Back to the point of kind of challenging your idea of a trader. I had a conversation with a trader in the chat yesterday, and he had a pretty defined strategy, knows what he's looking for, has been trading for 7 years, but is going through a period where she's just kind of struggling to gain any traction, right? Kind of trying to pass the combine. And I asked, you know, when is the last time you took, and I hope the trader doesn't mind me mentioning this, but when is the last time you took a break from trading, right? And to anyone that's, you know, kind of listening in right now, if you're struggling a little bit, I would ask you the same question. When's the last time you took a break from trading? Now, it doesn't have to be an extended break, right? I'm not asking you to take 6 months off or anything like that. But for any of us that, you know, work a 9 to 5 or you have a job outside of this, we get PTO, right? And then I'll ask, when's the last time you've gone an extended period of time, maybe 3 years without taking PTO from your job? And most people won't do that, right? Because we understand the need of taking a break, right? The need to kind of walk away to get a reset a little bit. But I don't think a lot of times we approach trading the same way. And I think it's because we have, you know, there's a direct monetary component to every trading decision that we make, right? So when I put on a trade, there's an opportunity for me to make money, almost like a commission-based career, right? But even with those, right, you need to take the time off, right? This is a high performance endeavor that we're all kind of going through right now. I compare us to athletes all the time, and so does everyone else. You know, all the analogies to athletes. Your favorite athletes don't compete every day, and there's a reason for that, right? If you are a bodybuilder, you don't work out 7 days a week with the same intensity and there's a reason for that. You need time to recover. Your mind needs time to recover. So back to the point of challenging what our idea of a trader is. I don't need to trade every day. right? I know sometimes I give myself, I might only trade 4 days a week sometimes, right? And that day that I take off, I don't know what the market's going to do that day. That might be the best opportunity for the week. But I know for me, it gives me the opportunity to kind of reset my mindset, understand that, I don't have to be at the markets every day, and that there are going to be losing days, there are going to be winning days. And if I approach the market on a day where I'm not necessarily prepared to trade, the potential of that being a losing day is a lot higher. So work in giving yourself a break from the market, maybe changing the times that you trade. If you're a trader that trades the morning session, you're trading the US Open at 9:30 where the market's pretty crazy, a bunch of volume is coming in. Try trading a different session, right? Try trading the Asian session, and it may not work in your schedule, but if you can, right, try to find a day or two where you trade a different market. I understand. I know for me, after listening to Coach Dakota and trying to find an opportunity to take some trades in markets where I can put on an idea, I put on a limit order, the market fills my order and then goes from there. I've found trades. I took a trade in the Russell overnight, which I normally don't do, right? But it's okay. Hey, there are other opportunities that I might be overlooking. It was a short trade. Luckily, I had to take profit on, and I got out for that when I didn't want to go to sleep with just an open trade there. Because if you watch the Russell today, it spiked up. I think we're up a 1.5. But my initial trade was short, right? I was able to put on a short idea, establish what my risk was. I wasn't going to lose too much on the trade, and then put it on from there. Right now, if I went with my original idea of what a trader is, I'm supposed to be trading the NASDAQ during the US Open, I overlooked that trade, right? And that's an opportunity that I miss. So kind of zoom out just a little bit, challenge your ideas of what a trader is. Coach, you need a better mic. I'm sorry about that. I'll work on that next time. Thought it sounded all right. Any questions that we have in the chat? I can keep talking about this topic. Again, I'm going to ask everyone to join us in Discord for the sessions. We'll get into more of this stuff. Like I said, Coach Paul is looking at markets that are probably not even in the top 10 as far as Topstep traders go, but he's finding an opportunity in those markets every day. Coach Dakota is trading during times that most of our traders are not trading, and he's finding opportunities in those markets as well. Basketball coach, who is the GOAT, Jordan or LeBron? I'll answer that question now, Sean. That is not a trading question, but LeBron is the greatest basketball player to ever play basketball, right? Jordan might be the best clutch player, but LeBron is the best basketball player. What time frames do you use to draw your supply and demand zones? You're using range charts, right? Jims, that is correct. I am using range bar charts. I'm using a 40-tick range bar chart on the NASDAQ and either an 8 or a 16 range bar chart on the ES. But to draw supply and demand zones, I'm doing that on the 30-minute, where I'm looking for, again, areas to keep trades cheap. So I'm not going to see those on the really zoomed in charts, right? I'm not going to see cheap opportunities on a 40-tick range bar chart, but I'll see where I want to get in on that chart. So supply and demand is coming off of either a 30-minute or an hour chart. And now the chat's going to go crazy about my basketball pick. So we'll keep it on trading. Let's see what else we have here. Scaling in and scaling out. So scaling in and scaling out, Thomas, I think I'm probably better at scaling into trades than scaling out. I think it's something that a lot of our traders do with micros, and it kind of allows you to take more of the trade, right? We hear traders say all the time, oh, I only took 10 points out of the move and then it moved another 90 points without me, right? But staying in a trade, there's additional risk to staying in that trade, right? You might get back profits or what have you. But if you're trading with micros, it gives you the opportunity to put on more contracts, and maybe you can trade 5 micros or 10 micros instead of a mini. But now, you see those traders where I have a take profit 1, a take profit 2. You can do that. If you're a trader that can scale in and out, I think, some of these trend days that we have, they're really going to work out in your favor. Because even on pullbacks, right, on today where we had the big trend up, if you're a trader that scales in and out of your trades, you can find opportunity on pullbacks to now add into your trades. I personally don't do it. I'm more so just a get in and get out. I do scale into trades at times, but I think if you're thinking about scaling in and out, don't scale in to a trade. Well, one, don't add to losers, right? That's the first thing. But if you're adding to a winning trade, add to a trade that, if you're going to add to a winning trade, right? Let's say your position is in the profit 20 points on the NASDAQ. You want to add because on one contract you're up $400 right now. If you're adding just because you're up $400, I don't think that's a good enough reason to add to your trade, right? Any add that you're making should be a position that you would put on whether or not you're already in a position, if that makes sense, right? So you want to have any trade entry decisions, right? There's trade management and then trade entry decisions. If I'm making a trade entry decision, it has to be based on the same criteria as my first trade, right? If it's strictly a monetary focus, hey, I can make some more money if I threw on another contract here, it's probably not the right decision. Do we still do a market recap at the end of the day? We are doing a market recap in Discord at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 Central. So if you are in Discord, join us there. I don't know if we can put the link to Discord in the chat, but we are doing one at 4 p.m. And then Coach Dakota does one at 9 p.m. Eastern, where he's kind of looking at the Asian session. Let's see what else we got here. I see Coach Dakota in the chat. I guess he says he likes me now because of my LeBron pick. I'm just going by the numbers. He's the leading scorer of all time. So I'm just reading through the chat here, making sure I didn't miss any questions. Okay, I got the time frames. What else did I miss? Scaling in and out, position sizing. So position sizing is going to depend on the market that you're trading and your risk parameters, right? So in something like corn, for example, right? If you watch the corn market, the markets move a lot slower and it's a lot easier to manage risk. I am way more comfortable putting on a 5 lot in corn and still being able to manage my risk at a reasonable dollar amount. Where if you watch the corn market, it trades level to level really well, right? So I can say, hey, I want to go long here. There's a demand below where the market is right now, but I only want to risk $500. And that $500, even with a 5 lot on corn, is in a reasonable place where the market may not have traded to for a while. So if you are a trader that wants to size up and things like that, I think do it in a market that makes sense, right? In the equities markets, there might not be a reason to, right? We see the traders and we bring up the winning streaks or the biggest P&Ls for XFAs and things like that. Even with some of those traders, right? You'll hear Mick talk about it. They're only trading sometimes 1-2 contracts because of the movement of the market, right? If you catch a trend, you don't need to have 5-10 contracts on, if you want to make $100,000 in a day, maybe. But I think a lot of our goals are a lot smaller than that. I would suggest if you're sizing up in a position, do it in a market that is a lot more controllable, and maybe you can take more out of those markets. Do you ever use an automated strategy? I do. I have tested out a few of them. I have tested out a few automated strategies, after speaking with Coach Robert, and I know Coach Robert has the bot class that he did on NinjaTrader. If you haven't checked that out, it is in Discord as well. I have used a couple of them. The way I look at automated strategies, though, they work, right? They work for sure, and I think it takes a lot of the human intervention out of trading, where you're not micromanaging a position. But I've I rented a Tesla one time and I put it in auto drive, and I could not let go of the steering wheel, right? I'm just like, you know what, I still need to be in control a little bit. So automated strategies, I think they work for certain situations. You can put trades on, but I would still want to monitor it. Jack, you want to go ahead with the top quiz winners?
Yeah, real quick.
And then I'll read through the questions.
Want to give some time to read the questions. These are the Kahoot names for the 10 people that randomly won that got 3 or 4 questions right. Congratulations to Tom, Sabo, Be Great, McFly, TD. It's called soccer. Okay. Red Boy 90 Plus, Blue Collar, What's Up, Zoe, and I love the last one, Say No to Resets. You guys, strangely enough, you say no to resets, but you're getting a free reset. I'll email you sometime this evening.
Congrats to all the winners. It's called soccer. Who had that? Someone had that shirt on recently, right? Who was that on Team USA? I can't remember. They lost that game.
That's
also. Yeah, I don't want to talk about sports because the last sports comment got the chat in a little bit of a frenzy, so we won't talk about sports too much. All right, where was I on the questions? What do I do after a big winning trade? After a big winning trade, I'll tell a story about my biggest winning trade at the time in my trading career and what it taught me. It was probably the biggest win I had. I think I've told this story before. Biggest win I had at the moment. I thought I was God's gift to trading. I'm like, I'm going to make $1 million in a month or whatever it is. And that did not happen, right? And what it taught me was I'm not better than the market, and to remember that my process is what got me to that point. I think anytime what happens with big winning trades, right? You can take a big winning trade, and you congratulate yourself because you did the work to get to that point, right? As long as it's not something where you just over leveraged and threw on a bunch of size and got lucky. If it's something that followed the process, acknowledge that. I think acknowledge it, but also acknowledge the fact that someone was on the losing side of that trade. It could have been you. It could have just as easily been you. And that has no bearing over your next trade, right? You're still going to have to follow the same process the next time. If it's a bigger win than you're accustomed to, what I would say is if you come to the market the next day, check what your motivations are for trading. If it's to make the same amount of money that you just made, I would suggest taking that day off, right? And just not trading, because you're not in the mindset of following the same process that got you there. Now, if you come to the market and you're saying, oh, hey, that worked out yesterday, but I want to follow the same process and just take what the market gives me, then go ahead and trade. If at any point you find a monetary focus start to kind of creep in, slow down, take it easy, enjoy the one that you had, maybe take another day off. We talked earlier about, building in days off into your schedule. Maybe that's one that you want to take off. All right. Average stop on NQ for me, BM is 10 points. But if there's some market structure that's around that level, then I will move it around the market structure. For example, if it's a 10-point stop, there was a trader in the chat talking about this earlier. If I have a 10-point stop, but there's a market structure that's 12 points away, then I'll give it the 12 points, right? I'll pay that extra $50 just to make sure that the market structure kind of protects my stop. Let's see. If I can only trade after hour sessions, what's the best instrument to trade? I like trading I've found a couple of trades in the Japanese yen. I've found a couple trades in the Nikkei. But you can also trade, if you're a NASDAQ trader, you can trade that overnight as well. Coach Dakota does. I know he finds opportunities. He puts limit orders in and just waits for the market to get to him. I think look through what you really can do, and it's back testing, but you can just look at the markets that you trade, look at those after hour sessions and see how much the markets move. I find the currency pairs or the currency futures do move pretty nicely overnight. Let's see what else we got here. It's scary to be on autopilot. I agree. Someone asked what type of trader I am. I'm a breakout trader and a trend trader. I have a follow-up question on supply and demand. On the 30 minutes, do you include the whole candle or maybe only the wicks? It depends. And I really think supply and demand, and someone had asked Coach Robert about this when he was doing his bot class about kind of automating supply and demand. And the thing about supply and demand, it is kind of subjective. You're going to look at the market, and a supply area to you might not be one to someone else. So it's not too exact. I just try to find an area where it looks like the market has, kind of responded to or reacted to a bunch of times. So sometimes wicks are going to be in there. I usually like to maybe use the tops of the wicks, but it really is kind of subjective. And I don't think there's an exact way to do it. How much is the Discord? Vic, the car guy Discord is free. So someone was asking for some reset codes and things like that. There you go. Free Discord chat. I'm dealing with fears and can't support to see my winning trades. Then I'm seeing my money blows up. What can I do? Bruce, if you can reword that question, I'll answer that for you. But I think the way I'll kind of put it in the chat for you, don't stare at your P&L. If you're watching your P&L on a trade by trade basis, it's kind of, trading with a monetary focus. It's a little difficult to do. What else do we have here? Besides sports, what are some things you do to get your mind off of trading? Play with my dogs, go outside, like going to restaurants. And, I know Mick talked about it before, treating yourself to a nice dinner or a glass of wine or whatever after a losing day, all of those things, right? I try to get away from markets when I can. With doing coaching and things like that, even that pulls me away from having to make my own trading decisions, and I can focus on helping traders kind of make theirs. Let's see. We'll talk about basketball in a little bit. If you guys want to talk about basketball, I can talk about basketball and trading all day. So message me in Discord. We can talk about it there. Let's see. How do you force yourself to quit when you feel yourself going on tilt? Every time I have blown up has been preceded by a moment where I say out loud, I need to turn it off. I never seem to do it though. Tanner, that's a good question. And what I would ask you is when do you realize that you're on tilt, right? Do you realize it in the moment, or do you realize it after the fact? If it's something that you realize in the moment, I think that saying it out loud is a step in the right direction, but I don't think that it's enough. I think writing it down. I'm on tilt, I will not trade, and taking a step away from your desk, right? It's a really hard thing to do. I think, I've done it. Every trader watching this has probably done it. We've even seen, MP do it, right? And he's been trading for how long? But it's something that if you deal with that, that's just part of who you are. So you have to be able to address that, right? And it's difficult to do. Difficult to pull yourself away from the screen, but I also think it's difficult to take a daily max loss day, right? So choose which difficult you want to deal with. But I think we would rather deal with the difficult that keeps a little bit more money in our pockets. So I'm not going to act like it's not hard. It's something I deal with as a trader as well. But understanding that if I allow that to kind of dictate my trades, we already know, right? Go with the numbers. How many times has tilt trading actually worked out in your favor? If you just go with the numbers, you'll probably want to stop at that point. Let's see what else we got here. Oh man, MP's trade is, I hope he's watching that. I think he is. Let's see. A link for the Discord, we can put that in here. Anybody got any other questions for us? It's been some great questions so far, so thank you all for that. Again, kind of what we talked about was challenging yourself and your conception of what a trader is, especially if you're a new trader. You probably came to trading from social media or whatever it is. We kind of know how that game goes, right? You saw somebody sitting on a Lambo and they said they put on a trade and then you were kind of hooked from there, right? Challenge that, right? With what you're hearing from what's on TopstepTV and talking to coaches and things like that. You don't hear much of that, right? And you really don't know because it truly doesn't matter, right? Like everyone has a different account size, everyone has different risk parameters. So challenge it from there. Yes, Michael, the Nikkei. Yes, NKD is the ticker. NKD. Why am I not coaching from my Lambo? Because I drive a Nissan Rogue. Any suggestions for the mindset of averaging the losing position? RD, if you're talking about adding to losing trades, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with doing it. It's more often than not, adding to a losing trade is trying to avoid taking a loss. And if we're trying to avoid taking losses, that means we're not okay with the loss that we've defined prior to putting on a trade. If you can average down, right, you could close the position and then get back in with a better entry. My biggest strength, Edward, is I think adapting. I have found that, if I see something that I think can work or that I think I can add to my strategy, I will do that. And to the other side of that, I think that can be a weakness as well, right? If I'm focusing on, making profits and not trying to optimize my trading so much, I can get to the point where I add too much, right? And then it causes a little bit of confusion. So you'll hear me say all the time, right? Listen to as many opinions as you want about trading, right? Different styles, different strategies, or whatever it is. But you do have to do a lot of filtering. And not filtering to the point where, hey, whatever that person is saying doesn't make any sense, or that's a losing strategy. It might work for them, right? But you have to kind of identify what it is that resonates with you. We're all different, right? We're all different people. We all have different motivations, all have different risk parameters. And I think that's where I do really well. And then I get to a point where I can do too much of it, right? Where I do too much tinkering. All right. Stay under the radar on that Rogue. It's a 2023 Rogue. It's pretty nice. I like it. It was bigger than my other car, so I can fit some stuff in there. Dan Trader says, adding to a position is only okay if you have that in your plan before entering the position. And even then, total risk must be considered. That is a great point, Dan, right? If you're a trader that maybe you trade based on a zone, right? So an exact price isn't where you're at and you're okay with an average, then it's okay. But I would say most traders that are just adding to trades, that's not the case, right? If that is the case for you, then that means you already have your risk parameters defined and you're going to abide by those. But if you're adding because you're losing, probably not a good reason to add. What else do we have here? Any other questions? If not, we may give you a little bit of time back, but thanks everyone for the questions. If you're a basketball fan, just watch the game. LeBron is the best out there. 21 years into his career. Can I explain the max gain limit on a 50K account? So what that is called is the consistency target. Who asked that question? El Rojo. What that is a consistency target. So the max gain that you are, and I won't say allowed because you can make over it, but what that's going to do, that's going to push your profit target out. And really what that is for is to kind of ensure that traders are at least, capable of trading more than one day, right? We don't want just throw on a bunch of contracts, get lucky, get into a funded account. It's to prove that you can trade somewhat of a profitable strategy for at least 2 days. So 1,500 on a 50K account, and then from there. If you make over 1,500, then that would push your profit target out a little bit. We see MP negative 1285. If this is you, do you walk away or consider? At this point of the day, I'd probably stop. Right. If it was a little earlier in the day, I think I may look for opportunities, but be a little cautious. And it depends on what his daily max loss is, right? I know MP's is somewhere around 3,000, so he does have a little bit of room to kind of make that up, and we've seen him do it before, right? But what I would be thinking about is time of day right now, and there's only about 2 hours left in the market. How much opportunity is there left in the day for the last 2 hours? If there's a setup though, and he wants to take it and it fits within his risk parameters, and he's still kind of well under his daily max loss, it would have to be a good opportunity for me to take it. Austin Reeves is the GOAT. Austin Reeves plays with the GOAT. All right, I'm going to skip all the basketball stuff for now. Do you believe that a futures day trader can make a decent living without going into options in other markets? I see many people trade other things while trading futures. I do think so. I think, and I've traded stock, I've traded options. I think trading futures is one of the simplest ways to trade. And if you want to take that and then turn it into, a long-term portfolio, whatever it is, take the gains and put them over there. I definitely do think it's feasible, especially if you're going to actively day trade. I think futures is the market that makes sense to do so. Futures markets with options, they're risky. And what I've seen as far as traders trading options, a lot of times traders aren't doing it the safe way, right? Where we're trading, options that expire at the end of the week or whatever it is. If you're doing it the safe way and you're trading maybe 3 months out and things like that, then it's okay. But if you're going to day trade, I think trading futures is the way to go. All right, what else do we got here? Exactly. Most of the zero DTE degenerates, and the word degenerates, sure, but yeah, I agree. Blue Gator. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, if there's no more questions there, Jay, we can end a little bit early today with the coaching. But
that works for me.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining today. Great as always.
Awesome. Thank you, Jack. Thanks everyone in the chat. Again, join the market recap at the buzzer, and it's called at the buzzer because Coach Paul and I are basketball coaches, so we wanted to throw that in there. We'll do that at 4 p.m. Eastern. Coach Dakota has a session at 9 Eastern. And let me just check Discord real quick, Jack, just to kind of plug what else we have going on there. There's events all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll kind of do some wind down things in the meantime. Obviously, if it's your first time watching TopstepTV, we'll be back tomorrow and every weekday at 8 a.m. So come on back. I'll let you pump the Discord now. Today we have the market recap with myself and Coach Paul. Coach Jack may jump in there and talk about corn, and Coach Vince may jump in there and share his TPO charts as well. Coach Dakota has slow markets at 9 Eastern, and Coach Ray usually does a session every day around 7 Eastern. I don't see it on the calendar yet, but I'm assuming he'll probably throw something on there as well. Join those sessions, get some information. Again, add it to what your process is. None of us coaches want you to trade like us. We want you to trade like you, but give you some information on how you can do so. So thanks everyone again. Thanks for the questions. Trade well, trade for tomorrow. Later.